Chapter 461. Xiao Yuren's voice was gentle but earnest, brimming with genuine concern. The host of the Wendao Tower felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had no good answer. Even Gao Yue, standing at Xiao Yuren's side, could only feel his cheeks burn as they began to turn away. Just as they reached the threshold, the host summoned his courage and called out in a trembling voice, "Miss Yuren, please wait!" Gao Yue spun around, his eyes shining with excitement, more alive than even Xiao Yuren's. "See, I was right. There must be a hidden master in the Wendao Tower who hasn't revealed himself yet." The host shifted uneasily. "Oh, Miss Gao Yue, that's not quite." He swallowed, then addressed Xiao Yuren directly. "I can't claim any authority over the tower's secrets, but I do know of one senior cultivator who might be able to help you, Miss Yuren, if he's willing." He ran a hand through his hair, clearly embarrassed. "The trouble is, I only have a vague idea of where he resides within the tower. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can offer no certainty." Xiao Yuren exchanged a quick look with Gao Yue. His face, alight with renewed hope, turned back to the host. Together, they awaited any further clue that might lead them to this elusive ally. For 10,000 years, he's been in seclusion over in Mocho. The Lord of Wendao Tower drew in a slow, awed breath. His eyes shone with reverence as he lowered his voice. "If Miss Yuren can't uncover any trace of your old friend here in Mingzhou, she should journey to Mojo and seek out that venerable elder. He'll surely be able to help." "A hidden master in Mojo?" Gao Yue's brows lifted in surprise. Wendao Tower's standing in Mingzhou rivaled that of the great Taoist sects, and its lord was spoken of as one level with the quasi-immortals. If even he spoke of this figure with such respect, what must the elder's true power be? "He's gone by countless names over the ages," the Lord of Wendao Tower went on. "But for the last 10,000 years, he's most commonly been called the Xiantian Taoist." A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yue stood before the gates of Wendao Tower, her mind buzzing with the revelation of this legendary reclusive master and the prospect of journeying to Mojo in pursuit of the only person who might save her friend. A group of senior disciples from Wendao Tower trailed their master's gaze, watching as Gao Yue and young Xiao Yuren stepped onto the spirit boat bound for Yuanhai City. They remained until the vessel's outline faded into the horizon. Only then did one of the elder cultivators break the silence, his voice low and laced with incredulity. "How could our lord hand the Xiantian seal to Miss Yuren?" he demanded. "Wendao Tower only receives one such seal every 10,000 years, even with our ties to the Xiantian sect." Another elder frowned in agreement, and although she has a quasi-saint backing her, surrendering this token still seems far too steep a price. Murmurs of assent rippled through the circle. To them, the Xiantian seal was more than a mere trinket. It was the indispensable credential for consulting a Xiantian Taoist. Its true value lay in the fact that anyone desperate enough would gladly trade a quasi-saint warrior for it. Bestowing it on Xiao Yuren, a mere child, spoke volumes about their master's regard for her. Had he not held her in the highest esteem, they would have voiced their objections before her face. The master of Wendao Tower listened to their concerns without a hint of irritation. He allowed a brief, knowing smile to play at his lips, confident in his choice and unwavering in his conviction. Ye Cheng watched in silence as the auras of Xiao Yuren and Gao Yue slowly dissipated until even his keen perception could no longer trace them. Quietly, he murmured, "A quasi-saint supporting them?" He turned to face his subordinates, shook his head, and let a hint of disappointment color his tone. "After all these years of cultivation, have you become so slack that you couldn't even spot the attendant by that little girl's side?" The elders of Wendao Tower froze. They exchanged bewildered looks, shock rooting them to the spot. "Attendant? What are you talking about? That little girl was the only person who ever ascended the tower." Ye Cheng let out a soft sigh, raised one hand, and pointed toward the ground. "Look for yourselves." At his gesture, the very stones of the first-floor entrance began to tremble. The ancient ceiling formation, the forbidden array laid down by Wendao Tower's founding quasi-saint, sprang to life with a low hum and vibrating pulse. This array was not only the tower's ultimate defense, but also its eyes, monitoring every corridor and chamber within. As the elders stared in stunned silence, Ye Cheng allowed himself a small, knowing smile. They still had much to learn about the secrets hidden in the tower's depths. Even a quasi-saint could never breach this formation. The moment anyone approached, every method of concealment would be torn away and revealed. A low hum resonated through the air as auras began to coalesce into spectral projections. First Xianxia, then Gao Yu, then the enigmatic lord of the Wendao building himself, followed by its assembled elders and distinguished guests. One after another, today's comings and goings at the Wendao building materialized in pale light, until, at last, a final, indistinct aura stirred at the edge of the formation. Under the watchful eyes of the building's senior leaders, it flickered wildly but never solidified into a full projection. Instead, it collapsed into a wisp of emerald smoke that drifted into nothingness before their stunned gazes. This can't be," whispered the elder who had first spoken, his voice choked and dry. The others exchanged grim, speechless looks. A quasi-saint backer, yet no trace remained. The implication sent a chill through every heart present. Which quasi-saint could so completely neutralize the induction of the formation laid down by the first-generation master of the Wendao building, leaving behind only its faintest residue, without even projecting an image? It was obvious there stood a saintly power behind Miss Yurin, and not a minor one at that. Who else could command a saint-level being to become a squire and cloak himself in her defense? Whoever supported Miss Yurin must be at least a perfect saint, perhaps something far greater. The saintly Wei King? The senior executives of the Wendao building exchanged stunned glances. The moment that name crossed their minds, shock gave way to exhilaration. All previous misgivings vanished. To have forged a bond of incense with a descendant of the Holy King, what greater honor could there be? Even if the first-generation master of the Wendao building were to return, he would surely be thrilled to learn of this. Faces alight with excitement, the counselors turned to the current owner, who regarded them with a composed, anticipatory smile. Before they could wait any longer, a Wendao building disciple came racing up, clutching a white jade bottle in his trembling hand. "Master, we've found an elixir bottle in the VIP chambers upstairs." At once, the building's senior members swarmed around their leader. He reached out, carefully turned the bottle over, and felt its surprising warmth. A faint, heady fragrance drifted from its neck. His heart sank as he met the anxious eyes of his disciples. "Lo, Lord Lu?" Lord Lu let out a helpless sigh and nodded. "It's exactly what we feared, a quasi-Holy Spirit pill." A wave of despair swept through the onlookers. A pill of this caliber could only have been crafted by the saint in person, and leaving it here was no accident. Their dream of using Xianxia to gain favor with the saint was instantly dashed. One of the elders muttered bitterly, "Well, it's just the one pill. It makes no difference now who claims it." "If only we'd known the truth earlier," one elder muttered, shaking his head. "We might as well have given it away." "Exactly," another agreed. "At least we'd have earned a little gratitude and some incense offerings, but what on earth is this?" Even Master Wen of the Wendao building felt a pang of regret as he set aside his disappointment and followed protocol. With a steady hand, he lifted the jade stopper from the bottle. The moment the seal broke, a rich, intoxicating fragrance burst forth, sweeping through the chamber like a living thing. Masters and elders alike staggered back, their senses overwhelmed. It took them several heartbeats to recover, and when they did, their eyes were unnaturally bright with shock and awe. They stared in disbelief at the bottle's contents, counting the small gleaming pills one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. "Can it be?" someone whispered hoarsely. "Is this a quasi-Holy Spirit pill?" "No," another corrected, voice trembling. "This is a 9-dan mark-grade quasi-holy treasure pill, far rarer and more precious than any top-tier holy pill." The elders exchanged stunned glances, the air crackling with their unspoken yearning. Even the jade bottle seemed to glow, as if reflecting the value of its contents. Chapter 462. The master of Wendao Tower stood frozen, the jade vial trembling in his grip. His eyes were wide with shock, scarcely able to comprehend what he'd just witnessed. Only one question raced through his mind. How powerful must the man standing behind Xianxia be? That mere follower had simply produced a 9-dan quasi-saint treasure pill as if it were nothing, and used it to drive off their entire force. Whoever commanded such a subordinate could only be a saint king in disguise. Before anyone could gather their thoughts, a brilliant rainbow of divine light flashed across the sky, streaking toward Wendao Tower with impossible speed. In the blink of an eye, it materialized above the courtyard, and a young messenger descended upon a pillar of radiance. "Urgent news! Urgent news!" he cried, his voice trembling. "The patriarch of the Golden Elephant clan has emerged from seclusion, and the rumors are true. He has reached the quasi-saint realm. Even now, he has mobilized the entire Golden Elephant clan and is marching on Yuanhai City." A cold ripple of dread passed through the assembled cultivators. The Golden Elephant clan was legendary for its brute strength and unwavering discipline. To face a full-scale assault led by a quasi-saint level patriarch, no defense in Yuanhai City could withstand such an onslaught. Xiao Yiren's mysterious ally shifted his stance behind him, expression inscrutable. The courtyard fell into a tense silence as everyone realized they were standing on the brink of a calamity far greater than any they had faced before. At the gates of Yuanhai City, word raced through the camp. The Golden Elephant clan had arrived. Worse yet, rumors whispered that their venerable patriarch had just broken into the quasi-saint realm and struck a pact with Master Jackdaw. Even more astonishing was the claim that Jackdaw's eldest disciple now stood among their ranks. A shimmering arc of light sliced the sky, and Elder Lianwu of the Inquiry Tower descended before the assembled soldiers. His robes were wind-blown, his breath ragged, and several equally exhausted disciples trailed behind him. Lianwu steadied himself on his gnarled staff and spoke at last. "Confirmed. The Golden Elephant Patriarch has achieved quasi-saint cultivation, and he's allied with Master Jackdaw. Moreover, Jackdaw's first disciple commands a unit in their army." A ripple of disbelief ran through the crowd. One young attendant swallowed hard and said, "With a new quasi-saint at their core, the Golden Elephant clan alone could crush the Gao family. Add Jackdaw's forces to the mix, and the Gao stand no chance." Another disciple's voice was grim. "I fear the Gao will be wiped out this time." Elder Lianwu raised a hand to silence them. "Remember," he warned, "the Inquiry Tower's influence extends far beyond this gate. We see everything." At the heart of the Asking Tower's jurisdiction, its influence stretching out for over 1,000 miles, countless disciples trained and lived in devoted harmony. Today, however, that harmony was shattered. Whispers and exclamations echoed through the courtyards as word spread of a catastrophe. The once venerable Gao family of Mingzhou had been annihilated. For generations, the Gao family had stood among the region's greatest houses. Their lineage, said to span tens of thousands of years, had positioned them on the cusp of acceptance into the Mingzhou Saint clan, a rare honor indeed. Now, with their legacy in ruins, many lamented the loss of potential greatness. Others, less sentimental, saw opportunity in the power vacuum. Within the ornate main hall of the Wendao Pavilion, the proprietor and his senior advisors exchanged grim looks. Those among them who had already caught glimpses of Xiao Yiren's extraordinary past felt a fresh unease settle over them. The proprietor's eyes narrowed as he murmured, "The Gao family, brought to ruin? I suspect the Golden Elephant clan engineered their own downfall and didn't hesitate to drag that old crow into the abyss with them." A venerable elder cleared his throat. Aster, what do you mean by that?" Silence followed. Though all revered Xiao Yiren, especially after witnessing the almost divine precision of his calligraphy, none dared risk revealing more of his true identity or the full extent of his entanglements. And so the unanswered question hung in the air, heavier than any decree. Ye Cheng turned to the master of the Wendao building and offered him a reassuring smile. "Elder Lin, please don't worry. You'll understand soon enough. For now, head back to the Gao family's teleportation array. Use ours here at the Wendao building. That should get you there in time to catch the final moments of the battle." Elder Lin stared at him in blank disbelief, then glanced at the other officials standing behind Ye Cheng. Their steady gazes only deepened his curiosity. With a silent nod, he gathered a handful of his most trusted disciples, stepped into the shimmering teleportation array, and vanished in an instant, bound for Yuanhai City to witness the clash firsthand. Meanwhile, aboard the Gao family's spirit boat, Gao Yue stood side by side with Xiao Yiren, both of them watching the misty horizon. Gao Yue's mind raced with thoughts of the legendary Taoist Jiantian. He'd first encountered the name in the Gao family's library, buried in ancient tomes and scrolls. In all of Mingzhou, and across the vast Nanling lands, Taoist Jiantian was spoken of as a near-mythical figure, cloaked in mystery and celebrated for deeds so glorious they defied belief. Now, with the fate of the battle unfolding before him, Gao Yue could scarcely contain his excitement at the thought of seeing history in the making. Most saints, even those who have reached the pinnacle of perfection, can only prolong their lives to a few 100,000 years by relying on rare natural treasures. But Taoist Jiantian, a peerless saint himself, has existed for over 1,000,000 years. He's genuinely lived through entire eras. With Taoist Jiantian's help, Gao Yu pressed eagerly. We'll surely discover the whereabouts of the old friend you've been searching for, Sister Yiren. Little Yiren nodded and carefully put the seal away. This precious token, the Jiantian seal, had been entrusted to her by the Wendao Tower. Though it was given as a gift, she treated it as a responsibility rather than a handout. Reaching out with her spiritual consciousness, she sent a thought to her loyal retainer. Grandpa Jishan, have you prepared my return gift? Jishan's aged voice, warm and amused, answered in her mind. Rest assured, young master, it's already in place. A gentle smile curved little Yiren's lips. Thank you, Grandpa Jishan. You've all worked hard, Xiao Yiren said genuinely. In the private chamber, Jishan stroked his beard and beamed at Wu Zhao and Yue Ming. I'm honored to serve a master as great as Ye Cheng and his daughter for the rest of my days, he said, gratitude shining in his eyes. When we return to the sect, the Nanling map they prepared will be ready, Jishan continued. I'll ask the Patriarch to set up a teleportation array for you. Wu Zhao chimed in. We can't teleport directly to Mozhou, but we can send you to Yuezhou, only a dozen provinces from Mozhou. That's far easier than making the journey all the way from Mingzhou. Gao Yue, who had been standing quietly beside Xiao Yiren, realized she'd missed the earlier exchange. She quickly composed herself and helped Xiao Yiren plan the next leg of their journey. Yes, Sister Xiao, if we go to Yuezhou first, it will save us days of travel, she said. Xiao Yiren returned her smile warmly. Thank you both, she replied, her voice sincere. Her eyes lit up at the thought of Mozhou. Despite its desolate reputation, she knew the Fire Avenue there was renowned for its power, far more potent than anywhere else she'd ever been. With the great world of Beihuang Shenzhou now open, new traces of heaven and earth divine fire have begun to appear across Mozhou. For Xiao Yiren, bearer of the Emperor Flame Body, this is an opportunity she can't afford to miss. My current strength, Jeeth barely holds against a quasi-saint, she mused, her eyes glittering with ambition. To slay one outright, I'd need every possible trick, but if I can fuse another divine fire from heaven and earth with my innate Taiyan flame and the third divine fire, even a quasi-saint wouldn't stand a chance. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the placid sea of clouds erupted. Waves of raw spiritual energy rose like mountains, battering the spirit boat they'd been gliding in. The vessel lurched violently. Gao Yue was nearly flung clear of the deck. Hua la la! The roar of the energies drowned out all other sound. Is that a forbidden formation? Gao Yue gasped as he clawed at the trembling railing. He staggered back and steadied himself, heart pounding. There was no time to wonder who had unleashed it, only to defend against it. Xiao Yiren's gaze sharpened. As the swirling formation closed in around them, she could feel the raw power it wielded, and she welcomed the challenge. If she could master this deadly pattern, she'd seize yet another divine fire and take a giant step toward the strength she craved. With a flick of her sleeve, flames brighter than 1,000 suns flickered to life around her. The tide of spiritual energy met her inferno head-on, and the sky itself seemed to warp in the clash of powers. Somewhere in the heart of that roaring storm lay the path to transcendence, and Xiao Yiren would do whatever it took to find it. Ye Cheng unfurled his divine sense and swept the heavens. What he saw was staggering. A massive, ancient formation spanning thousands of miles, its lines etched into the sea of clouds above Yuanhai City like a spider's web. Waves of condensed spiritual energy pulsed along its seams, sealing every aerial and terrestrial approach, and turning the city into a spiritual island, locked off from the world. Gao Yue's eyes widened in alarm. An enemy assault? And they've deployed a forbidden formation of this scale? Before Ye Cheng could answer, their spirit boat cut through the last wisps of cloud, and immediately the formation's sentinels reacted. In a blur of light, over a dozen figures burst forth, each radiating the fierce, indomitable aura of a venerable-level cultivator. At their head strode a brocade-robed man whose power clearly surpassed them all. His presence bore the unmistakable mark of a saint venerable. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but his visage was alien. His canine teeth grotesquely elongated, his features shifted as though he'd been remolded by some monstrous force. Clearly, he was no ordinary man, but one of the ancient transformed beings spoken of in legend. He scanned Ye Cheng and Gao Yu with cold appraisal, and then a cruel smile curved his lips. "Well, well," he boomed, voice echoing like thunder. "I didn't expect to net a prize this fine so close to home." A brocade-robed envoy and his dozen armed escorts stormed up the winding path and came to a halt before them. The leader's sharp eyes swept over young Master Gao, Miss Gao Yue, and then settled on the girl at their side. Recognition flashed in his gaze as he took in her delicate features and the quiet power rippling from her. "So it's true," he muttered under his breath. "The Gao family's prodigal son, the brilliant Miss Gao Yue, and the famed descendant of the quasi-saint, Gu Yiren, sister of Ye Cheng himself." He turned fully toward Gu Yiren, ignoring Gao Yu altogether. His voice dropped low and cold, every syllable carrying the weight of a death sentence. "The Gao clan meets its end today," he declared. "Miss Yiren, you will share their fate unless you surrender the Red Star Tree at once. Refuse, and not one of you will walk away." Gu Yiren's eyes narrowed. A faint, knowing smile curved her lips. In a heartbeat, the latent power within her, her nascent heaven fire, coalesced into a brilliant scarlet seal that hovered before her like a living thing. The air around it crackled and roared. Then, with a single resolute command, she unleashed it. Boom! The crimson seal burst out, arred in a wave of searing heat and blinding light. In an instant, the envoy and his guards were swallowed by the conflagration. When the roaring died away, all that remained was a smoldering crater and the unshakable proof of Gu Yiren's fearsome strength. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yiren incinerated the dozen venerables, leaving nothing behind but their identity tokens and storage pouches. His Shantian Lihuo darted forward, gathering the remnants and returning them to his hand before anyone could react. The entire assault was over so swiftly that, when Xiao Yiren finally dropped the tokens into Gao Yue's palm, she was still reeling, her eyes wide with shock at how effortlessly the venerables had been obliterated. Chapter 463. The spirit boat drifted forward in utter silence. Moments before, a group of venerable elders had materialized on deck, only to be reduced to ashes without a trace. Gao Yue's pulse raced. She still remembered Xiao Yiren's onslaught at the Wuya Mountains. Back then, Xiao Yiren had killed only one talented Xuanzun from the Mingtong clan. Gao Yu had assumed Xiao Yiren's cultivation capped out at Tianzun level. Yet now, a true saint had been annihilated in a single strike. Ye Cheng broke the tension. "Yue, take these tokens. Do you recognize them?" Shaken, Gao Yue snatched the wooden seals and studied them. Her face went pale. "Golden Elephant Clan," she whispered. So the rumors were right. The Golden Elephant Clan, an ancient imperial house and longtime adversary of the Gao family, had truly made their move. Earlier, the Gao clan had thrown themselves into the scramble for the Red Star Tree in the Wuya Mountains, desperate to stop the Golden Elephant Clan's ancestor from vaulting straight into the quasi-saint realm. But even their frantic efforts left them a step behind. Yes, they possessed the precious elixir Xiao Yiren had gifted them, an elixir potent enough to push their own ancestor into the quasi-saint realm, but less than 10 days had passed since they received it. In that short span, a breakthrough was all but impossible. Facing off against the Golden Elephant's quasi-saint ancestor with only their 3 emperor-level forebears felt like striking a fortress with eggshells, utterly futile. Seeing Gao Yue's face drawn tight with worry, Xiao Yiren stepped forward. "Don't fret, Yue," she said softly. "I can help you." She had nothing but gratitude for the Gao family. After all, they had entrusted her with the Dowling Order, a rare and priceless token. Now, repaying that kindness by easing their troubles was the least she could do. Gao Yue pressed her gloved fingers together, eyes clouded with worry. Yiren, we still need the Gao family's help, gathering star maps, borrowing a teleportation array. But please, you have to leave here now. Don't get tangled up in this. She paused, swallowing hard. The Golden Elephant Clan's reaction to you has been far too intense. I wouldn't put it past them to call in other quasi-saint overlords from across Mingzhou. Her voice trembled with genuine fear. A moment ago, the brocaded man who blocked your path had demanded the Red Star Tree, an unmistakable sign that the clan knows exactly who you are and whose backing you carry. Yet the saint of the Golden Elephant Clan let you walk away unharmed, a contemptuous display of power. They aren't afraid of you, only of the hidden patron we suspect you have. 2 fists can't beat 4, Gao Yue whispered. Don't risk your life over this. Before she could say more, Xiao Yiren cut in, her face set like iron. The boy tucked his hands behind his back, the hem of his red skirt fluttering in the breeze. Adopting the composed, confident manner he'd once seen in Ye Cheng, he raised his chin and waved off Gao Yue's concerns. Relax, sister. If I say we'll be all right, then we will. I've got everything under control. Before Gao Yue could argue, he thrust his will into the spirit boat. With a roar, it tore through the sea of clouds and smashed right into the formation's edge, racing toward Yuanhai City's battlefield, already choked with dark war clouds and a crushing sense of impending doom. Below, Yuanhai City's ramparts bristled with banners. The 3 senior Gao ancestors stood atop the wall, surrounded by the family's most elite cultivators. Together, they'd activated every layer of the city's protective array, determined to hold off the Golden Elephant Clan's fearsome aerial forces. Yet even before the fighting officially began, it was painfully clear how uneven the match would be. A sweeping pulse shattered part of their formation, and through the breach strode a towering figure, the Golden Elephant Chief himself. His body was that of a man, crowned with an elephant's head and draped in molten gold robes. As the cult, invaders on both sides drew their weapons, the air crackled with anticipation. The real battle for Yuanhai City was about to begin. Yuanhai City fell deathly silent as the Gao family's cultivators watched their morale shatter in an instant. Before the might of the Golden Elephant ancestor, even Ye Cheng and the other 2 emperor-level defenders of the Gao clan seemed no more substantial than insects caught in a spider's web. High above the city, the Golden Elephant ancestor hovered like a mountain in the sky. His contemptuous gaze bore down on Ye Cheng, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Ye Cheng, you really didn't expect me to arrive so soon. Without raising a hand, he unleashed the full weight of his quasi-saint aura. It hurtled down like a cascading waterfall. One by one, most of the Gao family's cultivators were crushed to their knees. A few senior disciples collapsed outright, thudding helplessly against the ground. Only Ye Cheng and the other 2 emperors barely remained standing, their bodies trembling under the invisible onslaught. Even the protective family formation that usually bolstered their strength could do little against such overwhelming pressure. They tried to resist, to rally their inner chi, but it was hopeless. Against a true quasi-saint, there was simply no counter. The Gao clan's best were beaten back without a single offensive move from their enemy. This is the true horror of the Holy Realm. Ye Cheng's heart pounded in his chest, and despair flickered in his eyes as the booming voice of the Golden Elephant Patriarch rolled across the clearing. Well, Ye Cheng, the Patriarch rumbled, you and your Gu clan have defied me for years. Today I offer you a way out. He paused, letting his words sink in. Surrender. Hand over the little girl, Gu Yiren, and the Red Star Tree she carries. Swear fealty to the Golden Elephant Clan, serve as our vassals, and your entire Gu family will be spared. The promise hung in the air like a heavy fog, but not a soul among the Gu lined up before him flinched. Even the weakest, those who had long borne insult and oppression, lifted their heads in proud defiance. Swear loyalty to the Golden Elephant Clan? Spat one of the Gu warriors. We might just as well offer our blood on your altar right now. Another voice rang out, clear and furious. You demand we betray our own sister? Never. She's ours, and we'll die before we let you take her. Ye Cheng stepped forward, his cloak snapping in the wind. Anger blazed in his eyes as he faced the golden masked figure before him. Then come and take her, if you dare, he shouted. Show us that strength of yours. Any of you, step up now. A tense hush fell over the clearing. The golden aura around the patriarch flickered, as if amused. Somewhere in the shadows, the leaves of the red star tree glowed faintly, waiting to see whether mercy or war would come next. We'll never kneel, even if it costs us our lives, the Gao family thundered in unison. The golden elephant patriarch's eyes turned ice cold as he smiled. Very well, he intoned. Since you're so eager to die, I, your ancestor, will grant your wish. With that, he swept out his palm, and a torrential surge of spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a colossal golden elephant's leg engraved with intricate Taoist sigils. Like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens, it reared up over 1,000 feet before crashing down toward Yuanhai City. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as he watched the devastating limb descend. At least Yuer went with Miss Yiren to the Wendao Tower, he murmured. If she'd stayed behind, our entire bloodline would be wiped out. Just as the golden appendage blotted out the sun, a sudden whoosh of displaced air cut through the roar. A spirit boat tore through the sea of clouds, shattering the formation's barriers in a single stroke. It swept onto the battlefield, drawing every eye in its direction. The moment the Golden Elephant Clan's warriors spotted Gao Yue and Xiao Yiren aboard, the spirit boat, one imposing, one petite, a wave of astonishment rippled through their ranks. Then a voice called out from above, "Is that Gu Yiren? Elder Golden Elephant, stop your attack!" The speaker hovered on a cloud, his eyes fixed on the slight figure of Xiao Yiren with hungry intensity. "Who is she," he snarled, "that she can command the Golden Elephant ancestor?" Down in Yuanhai City, the Gao family and the monks and retainers they'd rallied exchanged puzzled glances. All eyes turned skyward to the source of that daring challenge, a young man in flowing black robes. He was handsome in a delicately feminine way, yet his brows and dark eyes carried a venomous glint, like a coiled snake ready to strike. His gaze made onlookers shiver, and yet, at his single command, the mighty golden elephant ancestor had obediently withdrawn its crushing palm at the last possible moment. Chapter 464. You must be Miss Yiren? How intriguing. A youth draped in black robes stared up at Gu Yiren as she stood on the spirit boat. His eyes flashed with a subtle, insatiable greed. In a slow, seductive voice, he continued, "It seems you're quite close to the Gao family. I have a proposition. If you come with me to meet my master, I will ensure that the Golden Elephant Clan withdraws its forces today, and that they will not trouble the Gao family again for the next 10 years. What do you say, Miss Yiren?" Though he spoke with chilling nonchalance, the defiance in his tone struck everyone in the Gao family like a physical blow. They grew pale. Who was this man? Even the Golden Elephant Patriarch, a quasi-saint, dared not cross him and had to obey his command. Ye Cheng's eyes narrowed as he studied the black-robed youth, who hovered effortlessly in the swirling mist. Despite the youth's impeccable control over his aura, Ye Cheng detected a faint ripple of fire spirit energy emanating from him. Oddly, the energy carried a frigid undertone, as if cold and flame were fused into one. It was a contradiction that sent a shiver down his spine. Ye Cheng's heart pounded as a single image flickered through his mind. Forcing himself to steady his breath, he rose to his feet and called out to Xiao Yiren, his voice ringing with spiritual power so that every corner of the arena could hear him. "Miss Yiren, watch out! Don't let him fool you. He's Tianming Daozun, the chief disciple of Master Jackdaw. He's not here by chance. He's after the fire treasure in your hand, planning to bring it back to his master." His warning rolled like thunder through the crowd. At the sharp accusation, the robed youth known as Tianming Daozun froze, his expression paling for a heartbeat. Then fury and surprise flared in his dark eyes. "So you really saw through me," he growled. "You know exactly who I am, and you know what she's holding." With that, Tianming Daozun's spiritual power flared to life. Emerald flames spiraled around him, coalescing into the phantom form of a roaring lion. The beast thundered across the arena, its green fire mane crackling with scorching energy. Roar! The spirit lion belched a wave of spiritual flame as it hurtled toward Xiao Yiren, each step scorching the ground beneath it. The sight alone sent a chill through every onlooker, the sheer ferocity of its power leaving no doubt as to its intent. Wherever the technique swept, it froze the very spiritual energy of heaven and earth. and even the void itself became a temporary prison. Any cultivator or creature caught in its path could do nothing but struggle in vain. Such is the fearsome hallmark of the powers passed down through the Jackdaw Zhenren's bloodline. Tianming Daozun's lips curled into a savage grin. Since you've already discovered my location, there's no need for pleasantries, girl. Come here. With a low roar, the green fire-angry lion lunged, driving Xiao Yiren to her knees before him. Tianming Daozun's confidence brimmed. He was certain he'd won. Yet in the next heartbeat, Xiao Yiren surged to her feet, her eyes blazing. I don't enjoy killing, she declared, but that doesn't mean I'm an easy target. Ever since her days in Nanshuan Shenzhou, her brothers and sisters had taught her one unbreakable rule. Never hesitate, never show mercy to the wicked, and she had long since mastered that lesson. Ye Cheng stood frozen as he watched the scene before him. The lofty figure of Tianming Daozun, flanked by the Golden Elephant clan cultivators and their towering ancestors, each dripping with the blood of countless human practitioners, as if they'd devoured them whole. To Xiao Yiren, they were nothing but monsters in need of extermination. Mercy was unthinkable. Unleash it for me, the little girl's voice rang out, still childlike, yet laced with iron resolve. Beside her, the 100-foot-tall blue fire lion fumed with wrath, but it was her command that truly shook the air. Spiritual power surged from Xiao Yiren, and under the innate fire's blessing, it coalesced into a ghostly dragon phantom, fangs bared and claws outstretched, roaring skyward. This was the innate fire body, a supreme treasure passed down by her predecessor. It had accompanied Xiao Yiren through all her years and had reached a grade rivaling Saint King-level weapons. Though she couldn't yet unleash its full force, as her spirit companion, it could still manifest a single, devastating ray of divine fire when the moment demanded. And now, with that dragon phoenix apparition tearing at the firmament, the battle for vengeance and justice was truly joined. Even a sliver of power from a Saint King-level spirit weapon, even if it's less than 100,000th of its full might, can incinerate ordinary emperors in an instant, let alone a minor Taoist master like Tianming. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yiren's piercing beam shattered the blue flame lion's spirit that Taoist master Tianming had just condensed. The remnant energy swept across the courtyard for thousands of feet before crashing into Tianming himself, who hadn't even managed a proper defense. No! The Golden Elephant Patriarch bellowed in shock. He'd been waiting for Master Tianming to trap Xiao Yiren so he could seize the moment to crush the Gao family and eradicate the Mingzhou clan that, in his eyes, threatened the future of the Golden Elephant clan. He never could have imagined the duel ending like this. A thunderous roar split the sky as the azure flame dragon, conjured by Tianming's final desperate effort, writhed in searing heat. Its fiery storm swirled around Tianming's still form, but even that display of power was nothing against the force that had already struck him. Under the stunned gaze of every cultivator present, Tianming, once lauded across Mingzhou as a quasi-saint, was reduced to ash, his legacy extinguished in a single, brilliant flash from Xiao Yiren's spirit weapon. Human child, you've unleashed a catastrophe, committed a heinous crime, and you don't even grasp what you've done. Wretched little beast, Golden Elephant Clan, heed my command. Forget the Gao family for now. Seize this creature at once. The Patriarch's roar shook the air like thunder, his voice trembling with rage and disbelief. How dare this little demon slay Tianming Daozun, chief disciple of the infamous Jackdaw Master? Among the quasi-saint overlords of Mingzhou, the Jackdaw Master was renowned as both the most ruthless and the most powerful. He had countless disciples, most of them expendable pawns. Only Tianming Daozun had risen from humble beginnings by his side, sharing hardships and triumphs alike. After a millennium of cultivation, Tianming had finally broken into the Daozun realm, his potential so vast he might one day rival the quasi-saints themselves. He was, without question, the Jackdaw Master's chosen successor, and now Xiao Yiren had cut his life short with a single blow. Even if the old crow wasn't certain it had been the Golden Elephant Patriarch who killed him, it would still mark down the entire Golden Elephant clan when the time came for reckoning. There was only one way to atone for his crime. Remember, don't kill her. She's to be taken alive. With a roar that shook the sky, The Golden Elephant Patriarch rallied his clansmen and renewed his assault on Yuanhai City. Innate flame of the spirit. Go! Xiao Yiren's voice rang out as she thrust her palm forward, condensing her spiritual power into a seal woven with divine energy. The innate flame shot skyward in a blazing pillar and in an instant enveloped Yuanhai City. Its scorching aura formed a radiant shield that repelled the Patriarch's barrage. But the Golden Elephant Patriarch only smiled. Excellent. Exactly as planned. Seize her at once. His savage attack on the city had been nothing more than a diversion to occupy Xiao Yiren and spare his younger warriors from heavy losses. To his delight, she had taken the bait, and even unleashed her greatest trump card, the innate flame. Without her innate divine fire, the Golden Elephant Patriarch and every monk in the Golden Elephant and tribe regarded Xiao Yiren as nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, incapable of withstanding their assault. Kill her, the Patriarch commanded. In an instant, thousands of Golden Elephant disciples surged forward. The lowest among them were at the Xuanzun realm. The strongest had even reached the Saint Emperor realm. Led by a Saint Emperor-level elder, they formed a vast, rune-etched formation beneath blazing banners. Within moments, Xiao Yiren found herself encircled by their unbreakable array. Mission accomplished, the tribesmen roared, only to have their cheers swallowed by thunderous explosions. Crack, 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 crack! The sounds detonated like firecrackers igniting across the sea of clouds. Under the stunned gazes of the Golden Elephant monks, and even the watchful eyes of the Gao family in Yuanhai City, Xiao Yiren's body was suddenly wreathed in a shimmering, light golden divine fire, her figure glowing with fierce, unearthly power. Under the blessing of the divine fire, Ye Cheng moved like a shooting star, unstoppable and overwhelming. Everywhere he passed, the massive formations and rune barriers shattered in an instant, unable to withstand the divine might coursing through him. In less than 10 breaths, the grand array erected by the Golden Elephant clan's strongest warriors lay completely broken at his feet. With a soft swish, Ye Cheng's lithe figure soared back up into the sea of clouds. From his lofty vantage point, he surveyed the stupefied clan members assembled below. He did not lower himself to parley. Instead, he raised a single hand. Who? At his command, the pale golden divine fire stirred the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into an unending sea of flame. It cascaded down with irresistible force, engulfing thousands of Golden Elephant elites in a single, cataclysmic wave of destruction. That is, one breathless clansman stammered. Another heaven and earth fire? Another cried aloud, eyes wide with horror and awe. Chapter 465. Yuanhai City fell into a stunned silence. Gao Cheng and the other members of the Gao clan stared at the sky, hearts pounding. Just moments ago they'd feared for Xiao Yiren's life. Without her Xiantian divine flame, how could she possibly withstand the onslaught of so many Golden Elephant warriors? Yet now, against all odds, she unleashed a second, even greater miracle of fire. High above the rolling sea of clouds, Xiao Yiren hovered like a vision in scarlet. Her robes billowed around her in rippling waves, as if she were a blood-red lotus in full bloom. A soft, pale golden radiance danced across her form, each flicker of flame imbued with an otherworldly majesty. Even the hardened Golden Elephant fighters below dared not lift their gaze for more than an instant. The power of the Taiyan divine flame, it's beyond belief, one of them whispered, awe lacing his voice. Inside Xiao Yiren's chest, her heart raced just as wildly. This ethereal fire was the very embodiment of the innate Taiyan divine fire seed, the gift bestowed upon her by the Taiyan fire spirit. She had thought its power long spent, yet now it blazed brighter than ever, reshaping the battlefield with its pure, divine heat. Under Ye Cheng's careful refinement over this period, the fire seed finally took root and blossomed into a genuine divine fire. Though it was newly awakened, its lineage traced back to the Taiyan fire spirit, an entity already established in the Holy Realm, granting it strength on par with the finest quasi-saint warriors. True, it could not yet rival the innate power of the Liwo spirit fire, but in the hands of a Daozun-level cultivator like Ye Cheng, it unleashed fully 50 to 60% of its potential. Bolstered further by the Emperor Flamebody's blessing, the Taiyan divine fire alone rendered him more than a match for any quasi-saint. To him, even tens of thousands of Golden Elephant troops were no more formidable than a swarm of ants. He inhaled, letting the gravity of that realization settle in his chest. Then, with a surge of determination, he locked eyes on the golden elephant ancestor looming not far away. In this open wilderness, she stood no chance against a true quasi-saint, least of all against him. Father has already conquered the entire wilderness. Who would dare risk his wrath to spar with him? That might hold true everywhere else, but in the moon realm such worries disappear entirely. When Xiaoyiren fixed her gaze on the golden elephant ancestor, even that mighty figure hesitated. The assembled Gao family from Yuanhai City stood motionless, their throats parched with sudden tension. What does Miss Yiren intend to do? She's not planning to face the golden elephant ancestor herself, is she? Someone whispered, voice trembling. Preposterous. Ye Cheng mumbled, swallowing hard at the mere thought. In their minds, once the battle had stalled, the only plausible move was for Xiaoyiren to summon her master from the shadows to subdue the golden elephant ancestor, forcing him to abandon the Crow Immortalists and join their side. Despite the old feud between the Golden Elephant clan and the Gao family, uniting against such a formidable foe was the smartest strategy. Yet Xiaoyiren showed no sign of calling reinforcements. She stood there, calm and resolute, as if preparing to act alone. Whoosh! Xiaoyiren unleashed her spirit energy, transforming into a blazing meteor. Pale gold divine flames coursed over her body, tearing through the air. Under the startled gazes of every cultivator and Golden Elephant clansman, she hurtled directly at the Golden Elephant ancestor. You insolent brat! You're courting death! The Golden Elephant ancestor roared. Though he'd hoped to resolve matters peacefully, after all, he couldn't afford to capture her, he found himself forced onto the defensive as Xiaoyiren advanced without a hint of hesitation. How could a quasi-saint tolerate such arrogance in a mere child wielding divine fire? I'll teach you some respect, he thundered. I'll seize you myself and drag you back to your elders to learn some discipline. Cold fury gleamed in his eyes. He thrust out a hand, unleashing a vast surge of spirit power. In an instant, it coalesced into a colossal golden elephant projection over 1,000 feet tall. With earth-shaking force, the spectral beast charged at Xiaoyiren. Ye Cheng's voice boomed through the void. Golden elephant collapses the sky. A colossal golden beast surged forward like a living avalanche. This was one of the pinnacle techniques of the golden elephant treasure art, powerful enough in the hands of an ordinary emperor to threaten even perfect-level foes. Now that it was unleashed by the golden elephant ancestor who had ascended to the quasi-saint realm, its devastation was unfathomable. Wherever its massive form passed, reality itself splintered. Deep ravines gouged the ground, and chaotic auras coalesced into mist, drifting away from the collapsing earth. Thunder rolled as the golden elephant bore down on its target. Still, Xiaoyiren neither flinched nor faltered. She lifted her hand, summoning the blistering essence of Taiyan divine fire. Flames crackled and danced, then, blessed by her Emperor Flame body, they solidified into a radiant ancient mirror. Emperor Flame Sky Mirror, condense! In an instant, the fiery mirror hovered before her, its surface swirling with molten light. As the golden elephant's charge collided with her blazing shield, the heavens seemed to tremble on the brink of annihilation. A blinding shaft of golden light shot into the sky, flooding every direction with brilliance. It struck the golden elephant ancestor's own spectral projection and rebounded with even greater force. Riding this surge, Ye Cheng let out a fierce battle cry and charged straight at his opponent. This was the Emperor Flame's great supernatural art, a divine technique born of the Emperor Flame body itself. Perfectly attuned to him, it can reshape every type of divine fire Ye Cheng has mastered into distinct forms, each with its own lethal properties. And the more elemental flames he commands, the more devastating each transformed attack becomes. What is this? The golden elephant ancestor bellowed in disbelief. Caught completely off guard, he couldn't even bring up a proper defense. He poured all his spiritual power into a last-ditch effort to absorb the blow, but the reflected golden elephant smashed into him anyway, sending him skidding backward for hundreds of meters before he finally came to rest, battered and stunned. Ye Cheng's robes hung in tatters from the residual blast, leaving him exposed and humiliated. Yet, Despite the shredded fabric and the earth-shaking force that had struck him, he bore no mortal wounds, only a burning rage. "You little beast," he snarled, sweat and grime darkening his face, "you're begging for death." At his words, the golden elephant ancestor erupted with fury. In an instant, the illusion melted away to reveal a colossal elephant more than 1,000 feet long, its hide shimmering with molten gold. It vaulted skyward like a falling mountain, then slammed down toward Ye Cheng with cataclysmic might. Boom! The seismic shockwave tore through heaven and earth in a single heartbeat. Where Ye Cheng had stood, the ground collapsed into a gaping maw, 1,000 feet wide and hundreds of meters deep, a black chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. "Tell me," the golden elephant ancestor's voice rolled like thunder, "do you still think you can survive?" He let out a mocking chuckle, eyes glittering with brutal satisfaction. But when the dust settled, Ye Cheng hovered in midair, untouched. Clad in tatters, yet unbroken in spirit, he gripped his jade staff with white-knuckled resolve. The golden elephant ancestor's confident smile faltered for the first time. He had not expected his prey to endure. In that charged silence, both warrior and beast braced for the next move. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath. Golden Elephant Patriarch's eyes glittered with contempt as he surveyed his unharmed opponent. "This little beast may look fine on the outside," he scoffed, "but my strike shattered his dantian, pulverized his sea of consciousness. There's nothing left but dust and blood foam." With a cruel laugh, he flickered forward and raised a massive hand, preparing to snatch up Xianxia's lifeless form. Having failed to broker peace, the Patriarch still needed leverage to secure an alliance with Master Jackdaw, and what better proof of loyalty than the corpse of a defeated foe? But no sooner had he channeled his spiritual power toward Xianxia than a strange sound rippled through the air. Hoo 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 hoo! Suddenly, a veil of pale gold flame burst from Xianxia's body, writhing like a cobra in a storm. The divine fire coiled around the Patriarch's descending energy, fusing with it in a flash of blinding lightning. In an instant, the flames leapt to life across the golden elephant's flesh, igniting him in a furnace of divine wrath. He cried out, a raw, piercing scream that echoed through the courtyard, pain so intense it defied description. At that moment, searing agony ripped through the golden elephant Patriarch's mind, and he let out a guttural wail. Terror filled his eyes as he stared at Xianxia. She was still alive. His lethal strike had been nothing more than a feint, bait to draw him in close so she could unleash this devastating counterattack. Damn it all, he roared inwardly, frantically fighting to break free and quench the Taiyan divine fire that raged across his body. But Xianxia's trap held firm. Though she did not fear a quasi-saint like him, she lacked the sheer power to finish him off directly. To kill the golden elephant patriarch outright, she would have needed to channel the Xianxian Li fire, fuse it with her Taiyan blaze, and employ the Emperor Yan's ultimate flame, an arsenal so immense that without its innate protection, she couldn't guarantee Yuanhai City's safety if he counterattacked in desperation. That was why she'd lured him here with a staged vulnerability, trading a momentary weakness for a perfect opening. Now the patriarch writhed under her inferno, trapped by his own fury and unable to escape the flames that would, in time, consume him utterly. Seeing her plan unfurl perfectly before her, she refused to squander the opportunity. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. At her silent command, the Taiyan divine fire stirred, its flames roaring to life under the surge of her spiritual power. The blaze intensified, each flicker burning with otherworldly fury. For 15 long minutes, the onlookers, from the stunned cultivators of the Gao family to the hardened warriors of the Golden Elephant clan, watched in horrified fascination as the quasi-saint at the heart of the fire was relentlessly consumed. When the last ember died, nothing remained but a fine gray ash, drifting to the ground as proof of the fire's terrifying strength. Chapter 466, Xianxia exhaled a long, shaky breath as the golden elephant ancestor, completely winded, vanished from view. She retracted the swirling Taiyan divine fire around her palms, her body tingling with exhaustion. I'm still too weak. Her candid admission left everyone speechless. Even the Gao clan warriors from Yuanhai City and the Golden Elephant tribe members who'd gathered outside the city gates froze in their tracks, staring at her with incredulous eyes. They understood exactly what she meant. If only she could temper just one more heaven and earth divine fire, today's battle would never have been such a struggle. With 2 heaven and earth fires combined, not even a quasi-saint like the Golden Elephant Ancestor could have withstood her assault, and she could always split off one flame to shield her friends. If she ever managed to fuse all 3 into a single perfect blaze, then no early-stage quasi-saint, or even a masterful one, would stand a chance against her. Swish! As the last of the embers died, the surviving Golden Elephant warriors, shaken by their leader's swift defeat, turned and fled without so much as a backward glance. Xiao Yiren didn't bother pursuing them further. With a graceful flick of her cloak, she rose into the air and returned to Yuanhai City. Waiting at the gates were the Gao family, Patriarch Ye Cheng at their head, flanked by his son, Gao Yue, and several senior elders. The moment she landed, astonishment and awe lit their faces. Gao Yu in particular could hardly believe his eyes. The spirited girl he'd befriended on the Wild Crow Mountains had effortlessly reduced a quasi-saint to ashes. What unimaginable fortune had led him to meet her? "Miss Yiren," Gao Cheng called out, hurrying forward. He bowed deeply, prompting the elders to do the same. When they rose, the patriarch presented a carved jade talisman. "Please accept this. It holds the Gao family's collected records of every state within Yujing. Admittedly, it isn't exhaustive, but the map of the 100 Kangshan states is precise." He paused to glance at the waiting formation behind them. "Moreover, our grandmasters have already prepared the teleportation array to Yuezhou. If you're ready, we can depart at once." Gao Yue blinked. "Grandmaster, you mean we'll send Miss Yiren through the array right away?" His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. Ye Cheng had just emerged from a fierce battle, having single-handedly rescued the Gao family from certain destruction. Yet as relief washed over him, an unsettling realization struck. Was Grand Ancestor intentionally pushing him away? He opened his mouth to voice the question, but a stern look from one of the Gao elders stopped him cold. Of course, moments ago, Ye Cheng hadn't just defeated the Golden Elephant Ancestor. He'd also slain Jackdaw Master's chief disciple. If Jackdaw Master learned what had happened, he would never forgive the killer. What chance did Ye Cheng, or whoever stood behind him, have against such a formidable enemy? Even Gao Yu, who had just been saved by Ye Cheng's blade, found her confidence shaken. "Master Gu has angered the Jackdaw Master," one of the elders said quietly, "but he did it to protect our Gao family." "Precisely," Gao Yu interjected. "How could we possibly drag Master Gu into further danger on our behalf?" Without another word, she turned and joined the elders in her urgent plea. "Please, Mr. Gu, step onto the teleportation array at once. We must get you out of Mingzhou before word reaches Jackdaw Master." Surrounded by anxious faces and the humming energy of the array, Ye Cheng understood he had no choice but to depart. His heart burned with unanswered questions, especially about Grand Ancestor's true motives, but for now, survival had to come first. With a curt nod, he stepped forward, bracing himself for the unstable journey that awaited him. Xiao Yiren's sharp mind wasted no time piecing together today's battle. She looked from Sister Gao Yue to Grandfather Gao Cheng and said quietly, "You're worried about the Lord of the Crow Clan, aren't you?" Gao Yue froze, and even the usually unflappable Gao Cheng flushed awkwardly before nodding. "Yes, Miss Yiren, the Crow Clan's master is frightfully powerful, but don't worry for us. There are still several near saints among the humans of Mingzhou who can hold him off and keep him from wreaking havoc." He forced a weak smile. "Although our Gao family may pay a heavy price." Yiren's eyes narrowed. She knew how ruthless an alien invasion could be. If the Crow clan truly unleashed its might, the Gao family could face ruin. With calm determination, she shook her head. "Grandfather, please don't fret on my account, or on account of that Crow clan master." Her voice dropped to a hush, the weight of her words hanging in the air. "Because I have already slain the master of the Tianming Daozun. If the Jackdaw Master dares to stir up trouble behind us, I'll be the one to deal with him," Xiao Yiren announced, her tone calm but unmistakably confident. The Gao family still hesitated. With a small sigh, she rolled her eyes and offered a knowing smile. "Even if you don't believe my own strength, surely you can believe in the master who supports me." "A master?" murmured Gao Cheng, leaning forward as whispers rippled through the room. Though rumors had long swirled about Xiao Yuren's secret backer, she'd never confirmed them, until now. Gao Cheng's eyes brightened. He bowed slightly, speaking with renewed respect. "Pardon my boldness, Miss Yuren, but may I ask, just how powerful is this master of yours?" Xiao Yuren's lips curved into a thoughtful smile as she remembered her father, Ye Cheng, in action. She'd witnessed him dismantle a crisis in mere moments, his skill and authority absolute. How could she convey such power in simple words? She met Gao Cheng's eager gaze and let the smile linger. "Let's just say, you'd be very wise not to underestimate him." Little Yuren took a steadying breath. She remembered only too well how the quasi-saints of Mingzhou ruled unchallenged, and then she delivered her answer to the Gao family without hesitation. "I can't promise you exactly how powerful my master Ye Cheng truly is," she said, voice calm but firm, "but whenever I travel, Master personally assigns me an elite protective detail. If he ever steps in himself, no matter how formidable a perfect quasi-saint might be, they'd fall to a single stroke of his sword." A stunned silence swept the mansion. Even Gao Cheng's eyes went wide. Admittedly, some still wondered if little Yuren was exaggerating. But then they remembered. At her tender age, she already commanded 2 primal fires of heaven and earth, flames potent enough to incinerate a golden elephant ancestor in the quasi-saint realm. So why shouldn't her master, who'd bestowed such power on her, employ a peerless quasi-saint as her guardian? Gathering herself, little Yuren turned politely to the clan patriarch. "Grandfather Gao Cheng, please, tell me everything you know about this so-called jackdaw master." Gao Cheng's face crinkled with excitement as he nodded. "He's one of the rare quasi-saints to have arisen in Mingzhou over the past 100,000 years, he began. Blessed by extraordinary luck, he was once nothing more than a jackdaw demon. By chance, he awakened true spiritual intelligence, a gift that elevated him far beyond his natural king-rank potential. By a twist of fate, Ye Cheng absorbed a congenital divine fire, the legendary 9-nether ice flame, into his very bones. That single event transformed his physiology and reshaped his destiny. In just 30,000 years, he soared to the quasi-saint realm. With the ice flame enhancing his alchemy, every pill he refined was purer and far more potent than those of any other quasi-saint. In fact, 3 millennia ago, he had already reached the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Now, as 2 surges of spiritual energy converge on Beihuang Shenzhou, this so-called jackdaw master has ridden the perfect wave of fortune. His mastery of the quasi-saint realm verges on perfection, and bolstered by the 9-nether ice flame, he is all but invincible among saints. Even if a slight gap still separates him from true sainthood, to call him unbeatable would be no exaggeration. "If at all possible, Miss Yuren," Gao Cheng urged, his voice trembling, "you shouldn't risk a direct confrontation. It would be far wiser to broker a truce with him. Miss Yuren?" Xiao Yuren's eyes shone like twin stars, her heart pounding with a single electrifying thought. Innate divine fire, 9-nether ice flame. She'd finally found it, the rare, legendary flame she had pursued for so long. Taking a steadying breath, she turned to Elder Gao Cheng, her gaze blazing. "Grandfather Gao, I beg you, please send a team to escort me to the Jackdaw Taoist Temple. I must meet Master Jackdaw in person." Elder Gao Cheng blinked in silent bewilderment. Half a day later, a rip in the void opened above the wasteland outside Yuanhai City. Yuan Mo, the Taoyuan sect's elder, emerged through the portal alongside several trusted disciples. He had just returned to check on the city's fate. In his worst imaginings, Yuanhai City would lie in ruins, drenched in blood, its defenders slaughtered by the Golden Elephant tribe, or even the Gao clan and their ally, Ye Cheng, wiped from existence. Yet, as he surveyed the distant skyline, surprise froze on his face. There, untouched and resolute, stood the walls of Yuanhai City. Yuan Mo guided his disciples toward Yuanhai City, scanning the distant walls for any trace of battle, smashed barricades, charred timbers, ruined siege engines. There was nothing. Could the Golden Elephant clan's army really not have arrived yet? He muttered, brow furrowed. It can't be. But with every step closer, a sharp metallic tang crept into the air. The scent of blood, fresh, unsettling, grew stronger the nearer they came to the city gates. Around him, several Wendao Tower disciples exchanged worried looks. The walls still stood intact, yet the odor of death was unmistakable. "Where is all this blood coming from?" one whispered. "The Golden Elephant Clan? The Gao family's defenders? What on earth happened here?" Yuanmo stiffened. He hesitated only a moment before ordering his students to wait outside. "Stay here," he said quietly. "I'll find out what's going on." With that, he slipped through the open gates alone. Hours passed under the relentless sun as the disciples stood guard on the road. Anxiety gnawed at them. Something was dreadfully wrong. Finally, Yuanmo re-emerged, robes stained and shoulders slumped. His face was ashen, his expression hollow. He fell silent before them, but the fear in his eyes spoke louder than words ever could. A hush fell over the assembly as they awaited Grandmaster Yuan's report. At last, Yuanmo lifted his head, his expression grave. "Grandmaster Yuan," one disciple called out, "what exactly happened in Yuanhai City?" Another chimed in, voice trembling with excitement. "Is it true that Gu Yiren unleashed some extraordinary technique and forced the Golden Elephant Clan to retreat?" Yuanmo's gaze swept the room. If no surprises arise, the Golden Elephant Clan will soon be driven entirely from Mingzhou. A stunned murmur spread among the listeners. "And that's not all," Yuanmo added. "The Jackdaw sect will also be expelled. They won't be able to return." What? The disciples echoed, their hearts pounding at the enormity of the news. Chapter 467. Far to the north of Mingzhou, atop the jagged heights of Tianhan Peak, a monumental blizzard raged. Furious gusts tore at the sky, driving dense curtains of snow into the earth with such relentless force that the frozen ground bowed and sank nearly 100 feet beneath it. This was no ordinary storm, but a celestial phenomenon born of the great Tao itself, vast, oppressive, and capable of reshaping mountains and rivers. Legends across the entire Nanling region speak in hushed tones of the Tianhan blizzard. When it descends, its heart, a life-forbidden zone 100,000 miles across, becomes an unending white wasteland. Temperatures plunge beyond mortal endurance, and even quasi-saint cultivators can barely maintain their foundations against its overwhelming chill. To linger too long in its core is to invite grievous injury to one's very essence. Yet, amid the howling gale and swirling snow, a single figure defied the storm. A colossal jackdaw, its wingspan exceeding 10 feet, beat steadily against the blast. Though vast by common standards, the dark bird cut a slender silhouette as it darted through the furious whirlwind, unwavering in its purpose. Ye Cheng stood at the edge of the storm's eye, breath caught in his throat as the tiny jackdaw before him performed the impossible. Ice and snow, enough to shatter an emperor's defenses and maim a near saint, had fallen relentlessly upon the bird, yet not a trace remained. The moment those frozen shards struck the jackdaw's body, the 9-nether ice flame that wrapped around its feathers ignited in brilliant azure light. The blizzard's raw power was refined into the purest ice energy and absorbed into the creature's core, instantly reshaping its aura. This was no ordinary bird, but Mingzhou's mightiest quasi-saint overlord, the Jackdaw Master. Throughout the raging storm, Ye Cheng watched its strength mount, each heartbeat amplifying the crackling flame that danced along its 10-foot wingspan. Then, at the storm's crescendo, the jackdaw let out a bone-shaking roar. With a sudden powerful flap, its wings cleaved through the swirling snow. The 9-nether ice flame blazed brighter than ever, transforming the bird into a spinning ice-blue star against the white tempest. And then, boom! Stars themselves seemed to curve around the jackdaw as a ravenous void-like force erupted from its body. Gale-force winds and snow surged inward, drawn into a colossal vortex thousands of feet across. Each flake, each gust, was consumed and funneled back into the jackdaw's form, its aura swelling with every ounce of stolen energy. Ye Cheng could only marvel as the Jackdaw Master's power soared to new, unheard-of heights. Crack! A sharp, almost crystalline snap rang out, like a bottle's neck shattering, echoing from the colossal jackdaw coiled atop Tianhan Peak. For days, a fierce snowstorm had kept every monk and beast within a 100,000-mile radius huddled indoors. Yet at that sound, every creature felt a tremor in its chest, dared to glance skyward, and fixated on the peak with widening eyes. Crackle! Thunder split the heavens, lightning forked through the darkness, and calamity clouds churned overhead. The rolling storm unleashed its fury for an entire day and night. When dawn finally broke, cultivators and wandering creatures across all Mingzhou beheld a sight that stole their breath away. The mythic jackdaw, its wings spanning over 100 feet, its body wreathed in 9 nether ice flames, blasting upward through the roiling tempest. It pierced the thunderclouds and soared beyond the 9th heaven, radiating a crushing aura so potent that everyone within that 100,000-mile domain felt the weight of its power pressing them to their knees, their lungs straining for each gasp of air. Even the mighty quasi-saint realm seemed no more substantial than an ant before that overwhelming aura. News crackled through every corner of Mingzhou. Master Jackdaw has broken through his final bottleneck. He's ascended into the saint realm. A saint in our midst at last, but who knows if his enlightenment will prove blessing or curse for the people of Mingzhou. Summon the clansmen at once. Have them prepare tribute. I'll ride to Tianhan Peak myself to pay respects to Master Jackdaw. In an instant, cultivators and magical beasts across a 100,000-mile radius surrounding Tianhan Peak sprang into motion. Even the Taoist sect outside the mountain caught word of the breakthrough and sped toward the peak at top speed. By dusk, less than half a day later, the halls of Tianhan Peak blazed with light. Lanterns swayed on every veranda, casting dancing shadows across the rocky courtyards. Inside the main hall, Master Jackdaw's disciples could barely contain their excitement. Their master had achieved the saint realm. In doing so, he raised them all to heaven's doorstep. With his newfound status, they would tread freely in Mingzhou and beyond, their names carried on the wind like legends. How could they not rejoice? At the entrance to Tianhan Peak, ceremonial horns sounded, and colorful banners snapped in the mountain breeze, heralding a parade of distinguished visitors. First came a lacquered chest, borne on the shoulders of 2 elder disciples. The great elder of the Tianqiao sect offers his congratulations, along with 3 top-grade primary imperial pills. Next, a poised representative of the He family in Ye Cheng stepped forward, presenting a porcelain flask containing a high-grade imperial elixir. Then the massive form of the Demon Bear clan's chief lumbered into view, there to pay his respects. A line of lower-ranked disciples, registered under the banner of Jackdaw Trueman, bowed and saluted each arrival, accepting their gifts with practiced courtesy. Yet among the sect's true inner disciples, not one moved from his spot. Even in the presence of cultivators whose imperial-level power far surpassed that of most local venerables, they remained statuesque, their cold indifference on full display. The assembled high-ranking Taoist leaders, accustomed to reverent greetings, concealed their dissatisfaction behind polite nods, their forced smiles betraying mounting frustration. "Brother, aren't we going too far?" one of the younger disciples whispered, eyeing the stiff-backed dignitaries gathered to congratulate them. On the dais sat Master Ye Cheng, freshly ascended into the saint realm, calm and composed. Before him stretched rows of high-ranking guests from sects and clans across the lands. Though none dared voice their displeasure, their clipped bows and tight-lipped smiles spoke volumes. They were not happy. A senior disciple, Elder Yan, noticed the juniors shifting uneasily and snorted. "Relax, everyone. They came because they had to. No matter how put out they are, they'll stay right where we seat them, kneeling or reclining, but here to honor Master Gu's achievement." Elder Wei nodded in agreement and raised his voice. "Master Ye Cheng has broken through to the saint realm. Going forward, Tianhan Peak will command the respect due to us." He waved dismissively at the assembled clans. "Don't trouble yourselves over the imperial clan or the imperial sect. Unless they're quasi-saints, they're of no consequence." A timid voice piped up, "But Elder Wei, what about those who have reached the quasi-saint realm? For example, the Golden Elephant Patriarch of the Golden Elephant clan, he only just broke through." Elder Yan chuckled. "Hardly a legend yet. We'll show him only the courtesy he's earned. Beyond that, let him remember whose celebration this truly is. Didn't you all see what Senior Brother Tianming did the other day?" One of the senior disciples at Tianhan Peak asked with a tone of admiration. The younger disciples, who had been nervously watching the sky, relaxed instantly, their eyes shining with renewed hope. Just a few days ago, the newly promoted quasi-saint of the Golden Elephant clan, none other than the Golden Elephant Patriarch himself, had personally ascended Tianhan Peak. His original intention had been to request an audience with Master, only to find Master deep in retreat and unavailable. In the end, it was senior brother Tianming Daozun who came out to receive him. Not once did the Golden Elephant Patriarch utter a single complaint, the disciple continued. From the moment he arrived, he treated senior brother with utmost respect, as though Tianming Daozun were the one who had just reached quasi-saint status. And mind you, at that time, our master hadn't even broken through into the saint realm. Ye Cheng, standing quietly at the edge of the group, listened carefully. His brow knit in thought. He had heard stories of the Golden Elephant Patriarch's temper and pride, yet in Tianming's presence, even that fearsome quasi-saint had shown nothing but courtesy. Another junior disciple, still awestruck, added softly, "It really shows that the great clans don't demand our reverence. They answer to power wherever they find it." A third voice cut in, tinged with concern. "But speaking of power, where is senior brother now? He went off to annihilate the Yuanhai Gao family, a minor imperial clan. That should have been a quick mission. How could he still be delayed?" Their chatter died away as they all turned their gaze skyward, waiting for any sign of Tianming Daozun's return, and wondering what challenges might have befallen him on the way. Chapter 7. The Thunder of Iron Hooves. Ye Cheng stood among the true disciples of Tianhan Peak, sharing in their admiration and their mounting unease over the unexplained delay of Tianming Daozun's return. Whispers rippled through the courtyard. "He's the master's eldest brother," one disciple murmured, folding his arms. "With his strength and our master's reputation, who in all of Mingzhou would dare harm him? He's probably detained on some urgent matter." Another shrugged indifferently. "I wouldn't worry. Even those of the second rank defer to him. If he needed help, he'd send word." As they talked, speculation and bravado echoing off the jade pillars, an earth-shaking roar cut through the chatter. "Da! Da! Da! Da!" From the southern ridge thundered the sound of countless iron-shod hooves, a roaring tide that rolled over the cloud sea, bearing down on Tianhan Peak like an oncoming calamity. Every heart in the courtyard lurched. Ye Cheng's breath caught. The sheer power in that thunderous approach was enough to pulverize stone. Disciples froze mid-conversation, eyes wide. "Who dares gallop on our grounds with such arrogance?" someone cried, fists clenching. Faces turned southward, ready to confront whatever storm was hurtling their way. "Don't you know the airspace above Tianhan Peak is strictly forbidden? Perhaps it's some enemy of Master Jackdaw who hasn't heard the old man has just broken through, and now they're coming for revenge. Who can say? In any case, anyone who dares trespass on Tianhan Peak today will find death waiting." At the gate of Tianhan Peak, dozens of powerful figures from across Mingzhou had assembled, masters and experts all. They fixed their gazes on the approaching war cloud, which pressed down like an iron hoof slicing through the clouds. A few faces registered mild surprise, but for the most part they watched with indifference. Everyone resented the Jackdaw sect's haughty arrogance, yet none believed that any force in Mingzhou could challenge the old Jackdaw now that he'd risen into the Saint Realm. Even the onlookers thought the same, and the true disciples of Master Jackdaw standing nearby would never dream of disputing their patriarch's authority. As soon as they realized someone had the audacity to storm Tianhan Peak, a squad of Tianhan true disciples sprang into action. They shot into the sky and activated the protective formation personally bestowed by Master Jackdaw. In an instant, fierce winds whipped up, snow swirled overhead, and thousands of shimmering lights converged upon the ninth heaven cloud. Within moments, 9 colossal jackdaw apparitions, each a towering 1,000 feet tall, materialized in midair. Their wings unfolded like mountains, and they dived with terrifying speed, summoning roary, G-wind tornadoes that whipped up blizzards of ice and frost. A piercing chill radiated from their forms as they bore down on the war cloud below. A seasoned disciple called out, "Behold the Jackdaw 9 killing formation, crafted by Master Jackdaw himself. Though it ranks only as a quasi-saint Tier 1 array, it channels a fragment of the 9 nether ice flames' dreadful power. Even as an advanced quasi-saint slaying formation, it's terrifyingly powerful." One spectator whispered, "Each of those 9-headed snowy jackdaws wields the strength of a late-stage quasi-saint. Even a flawless quasi-saint would need countless stratagems to shatter this array. and that's only the configuration the old jackdaw left behind when he was still at the quasi-saint tier. Another voice chimed in eagerly. Now that he's broken into the saint realm, the formation will automatically upgrade. From now on, he can roam the world, delve into ancient ruins, scour for treasures to strengthen himself, all without fear of his foundation or dojo being damaged. His cultivation speed is bound to accelerate even more. A third onlooker sighed, "It's beyond words. Pure luck. Could this old jackdaw be one of the most fortunate figures in all of Nanling, perhaps the entire Crescent Moon realm? Otherwise, how else can we explain such uncanny fortune?" Silence fell as the crowd tilted their heads skyward. High above the sea of clouds, 9 snowy jackdaws plunged down in perfect formation, their bodies cutting through the roiling war clouds billowing up from the south like living arrows of ice and steel. None of them were paying attention to the swirling war clouds anymore. Their gazes were fixed on the mountain guard formation left behind by the jackdaw, hearts pounding in sheer astonishment. Just as their wonder reached its peak, a voice cut through the tumult. "Taiyan Lihuo, second-tier Emperor Fire, Sovereign Flame Heavenly Sword, break!" The words were spoken softly, with a hint of childish inflection, still unmistakably powerful. In that instant, 2 blazing streaks erupted into the sky, like twin meteors, one scarlet, the other pale gold. They danced around each other at dizzying speed, merging into a single colossal blade of light, nearly 100 feet long. Brilliant Tao patterns rippled along its length, ancient runes resonating with the very pulse of heaven and earth. Ethereal Taoic fire flared along its edge. With a single, graceful arc, the radiant sword cleaved through the 9 layers of howling wind summoned by the jackdaw formation. A second, decisive flourish sent the remaining gale collapsing with a sharp, metallic click. Before the assembled masters of Mingzhou, the awe-inspiring 9-headed jackdaw projection, conjured by the Invincible Jackdaw 9 killing formation, was split in 2 by a single sword stroke from Ye Cheng. In that instant, the entire formation shattered. The Tianhan Peak disciples trapped within had no time even to cry out. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were hurled back toward Tianhan Peak, their breaths ragged and their survival in doubt. Chapter 468. A hush fell over Tianhan Peak. Every cultivator stared, slack-jawed, at the small girl who hovered at the forefront of the war cloud. Could it really be true? The Jackdaw 9 killing formation was famed for its ferocity, enough to fracture even a quasi-saint perfection realm powerhouse. And yet, with a single blow, this child had undone it. It felt impossible. The Mingzhou warriors were too stunned to move, but Xiaoyuan barely registered their shock. She peered down at the peak, wrinkling her pert nose. "Huh," she muttered to herself. "Maybe I didn't hit hard enough. Why hasn't that jackdaw master shown up yet?" Behind her rumbled the Farsi Gao family's Iron Cavalry Corps, 1,000 armored riders spearheaded by General Ye Cheng. Though Ye Cheng and his officers had known from the start that Xiaoyuan's true target was the elusive jackdaw master, none of them had anticipated such power. When they left for Tianhan Peak, they'd never dreamt the jackdaw master had already broken into the Saint realm. And now, after witnessing the formation's shattering, they weren't sure what to expect next. The Saint realm and the quasi-saint realm are worlds apart in power, far more distant than the rift between heaven and earth itself. Ye Cheng and the others exchanged anxious glances as they eyed Xiaoyuan. "Miss Yiren," Ye Cheng called, voice tight, "are you certain you can handle Master Jackdaw?" Even the Mingzhou masters gathered below, still reeling from shock and confusion, fell silent. Then, without warning, a deafening boom rippled through the core of Tianhan Peak. A suffocating aura shot upward, and under the stunned gazes of countless cultivators, a colossal jackdaw emerged from the mountain's heart. Over 100 feet tall, its vast wingspan cast a shadow like an oncoming storm. In a single, powerful swoop it landed before Xiaoyuan, its obsidian eyes swirling with boundless wind and ice, an almost tangible cold radiating from its form. "You," the jackdaw intoned, its voice as frigid as its glare. "I never expected that upon my ascension to the Saint Realm, I would receive such a gift." It raked its hooked beak in a disdainful sneer. "Human child, you shattered my mountain's formation and wounded my disciples. For this insolence, you shall pay the price." By your aura alone, I'd wager that even my eldest disciple, Ye Cheng, has fallen at your hands. Master Jackdaw's voice was icily calm. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? At once, every warrior in Mingzhou froze, unable to believe their ears. Master Jackdaw, no one questioned his fearsome reputation. His disciples' arrogance and defiance barely scratched the surface of his own ruthless pride. He hadn't earned the title of Mingzhou's strongest quasi-saint through mere cultivation. It had been baptized in blood. Over the years, the count of slain warriors, and even rival quasi-saints, was well into double digits. And yet, here he stood before Xiaoyiren not with blade raised, but with a single demand: explain yourself. This can't be real, one of the Mingzhou strongmen muttered, eyes wide as he stared at her. Gao Cheng and the fighters of the Gao family were equally stunned, struck silent by Master Jackdaw's unexpected restraint. Only Xiaoyiren herself remained perfectly composed, her expression as serene and unreadable as ever. Master Jackdaw had risen to the saint realm in a backwater state like Mingzhou, a feat few could claim. His fortune was undeniable, but his sharp mind was equally responsible. Though his true strength might be greater than he let on, to have achieved such power at his age spoke volumes about the lineage that backed him. Anyone who knew the Jackdaw Master's reputation, the bloodshed he'd left in his wake, the Tianhan Peak clan's ruthless persecution of ordinary folk, would think twice before crossing him. Yet Ye Cheng, recalling all he'd learned from the Gao family on the journey here, felt neither awe nor fear. He didn't even bother to parley. With a single icy gesture, he swept his hand through the air. Swish! Instantly, 2 tongues of flame, primordial fire and Taiyan divine fire, leapt forth under his command, coiling around his arms like twin mirage dragons. Their heat rippled through the air, turning the stony courtyard into a furnace. If you want explanations, Ye Cheng said softly, voice calm as a placid lake, you'll have to pry them from me with your own strength. A hush fell over the assembled Mingzhou cultivators. Even the Jackdaw Master's arrogant smirk froze for a heartbeat before his eyes flared with murderous intent. He threw back his head and laughed, a low, furious sound that echoed off the walls. All right, he growled. Let's see what you've got. Over the centuries, I've devoured countless humans, so many that none remain today. Even monsters and alien races dare not show themselves in my presence. But to meet you, now, that's truly interesting. No sooner had the words left his beak than Jackdaw leapt forward, wings sweeping open with brazen force. In an instant, he triggered a raging snowstorm that coalesced into a vast, howling tornado. It swept up Ye Cheng and everything within a 100-mile radius into its frigid vortex. This was one of Jackdaw's deadliest techniques, the innate treasure art of the cold wind, a legacy of his Jackdaw bloodline. As he unleashed it, he wove in the devastating heat of the 9 nether ice flame, coating the swirling winds in an eerie ice-blue fire. Ice and flame fused into a deadly dance, magnifying the attack's destructive power. Even if you've reached the early saint realm like I have, you don't stand a chance against this, Jackdaw taunted, staring down at the whirlwind-enclosed figure of Ye Cheng, his eyes alight with murderous greed, just as Ye Cheng had anticipated. Master Jackdaw trembled at the depths of Ye Cheng's background, yet he saw no hint of submission in the young man, and he refused to wait idly for death. More than that, his eyes locked onto the 2 divine flames swirling within the growing tornado, one a pale, golden glow, the other a fierce crimson. These were no mere tricks of light, but the unmistakable signatures of Shantian Liuo and Taiyan divine fire. As a fellow master of innate divine flame, Jackdaw's vision pierced farther and deeper than any ordinary cultivator's. At a glance, he knew both fires in Ye Cheng's possession were authentic innate treasures, supreme flames nurtured by heaven and earth. I wield only a 9 nether ice flame, Jackdaw thought bitterly, and yet I've climbed only so high. But if I devour this foolish human and claim his 2 divine fires, who knows? I might not stop at Saint King. I could even eclipse the Saint Lords. In the shattered moon realm, the Saint Lord realm represented the absolute pinnacle of power. No matter how formidable Ye Cheng's background might be, in Jackdaw's eyes it ended there, at Saint Lord. And now, with those 2 supreme fires within his reach, Jackdaw believed he stood on the threshold of surpassing even that. Ye Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. If she wouldn't make peace, then he'd settle this once and for all. He would swallow Xiaoyiren whole, steal her divine flame, and slip out of the moon realm. By the time his cultivation had truly matured, he could return and exact his revenge. With that resolve, the Jackdaw Master's killing intent flared. Divine light blazed around him, and already he savored the thought of 3 innate divine fires burning in his grasp. Yet before he could act, whoosh! A razor-sharp gust cut through the air, slicing into his concentration. At the eye of the wind-snow tornado, Xiaoyiren lifted her hand and brought her palm down in a single, fluid gesture. In an instant, a brilliant purple-gold radiance bloomed before her. It was the Tianlian divine puppet, her secret guardian. A spirit puppet? Below, every Mingzhou warrior froze. They had witnessed countless puppets in their time, but even among the great houses of Mingzhou and Nanling, very few could claim mastery at the Saint Dao level. And here was one standing proudly agay, T. Xiaoyiren's side. Even the most powerful puppets have long since been claimed by the great clans, those led by saints and saint kings. And, no matter how advanced, a puppet's rigid frame can never truly match a living cultivator of equal rank. Even a saint-level automaton would be hard-pressed to challenge Master Jackdaw. One of the Mingzhou warriors whispered this to himself, beads of sweat appearing on Gao Cheng's brow and those standing nearby. Just then, a sharp whoosh split the air. The Tianlian divine puppet tore free from the swirling wind and snow vortex, streaking across the sky like a blazing rainbow. In a heartbeat, it lunged straight at Master Jackdaw. "Come!" The crow clicked, eyes narrowing. He had to admit the puppet's strength was surprising, but as the Mingzhou fighters feared, he held no doubts about his own prowess. With a powerful beat of his wings, he summoned 2 colossal wing blades of pure light. Then, with brutal precision, he drove them down into the divine puppet. Crack! Crack! Splintering metal sounds echoed through the sea of clouds. Under the astonished gazes of the Mingzhou strongmen, Ye Cheng's heavenly refining god puppet simply lifted its arm and struck. With a single devastating blow, it shattered the Crow Master's twin wing projections, then stepped forward. Looming over its foe, the puppet's palm transformed into a razor-sharp blade and cleaved the Crow Master's 100-foot form in 2. A sickening crack rang out as flesh and blood exploded in a crimson spray. The Crow Master, the first in Mingzhou's generation ever to reach the Saint Realm, fell dead, cut cleanly in half. Chapter 469. A howling blizzard whipped across the battleground. With a final, guttural cry, Jackdaw tumbled through the air and crashed onto the frozen earth. Instantly, the snow-writhing tornado that had encased Xiaoyiren collapsed into nothingness. Under the stunned gazes of the assembled Mingzhou warriors, among them Gao Cheng and the other members of the Gao clan, Xiaoyiren slipped forward with effortless grace. Closing her eyes, she centered her spirit on Jackdaw's fallen form. Then, from the corpse's chest, an otherworldly flame ignited, pale ice blue, flickering like a ghostly fire from the netherworld. The spectral blaze rose, hovering inches above Xiaoyiren's upturned face, radiating bitter cold as though it meant to descend and devour her in an instant. That's the 9 nether ice flame," someone gasped. "It's been drawn right out of Jackdaw's body. He's truly been vanquished." Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Only after witnessing the full emergence of the 9 nether ice flame did the Mingzhou warriors finally accept the truth. Jackdaw had fallen, and Xiaoyiren had claimed his fiercest power. A wave of awe washed over them as their eyes settled on her, on the woman who now held the legendary ice fire of the underworld. Countless Mingzhou warriors stared up at Xiaoyiren hovering in midair, their voices dropping to awed whispers. To fell a Jackdaw Master with a single strike, that puppet must be mid or even late-stage saint level. A tense silence fell over the crowd as they exchanged startled glances. Fear glimmered in their eyes, but Xiaoyiren simply smiled to herself. Tianlian Shenkui wasn't an ordinary spirit puppet. It was the precious heirloom her father, Ye Cheng, had given her for protection. More than a mere construct, it was Ye Cheng's own natal artifact, capable of bonding to its master's strength. While common spirit puppets paled beside cultivators and spiritual beasts of equal rank, Tianlian Shenkui drew upon Ye Cheng's combat skills and hard-won experience. Its power was more than a match for any early-stage saint lord, let alone a freshly ascended saint like the Jackdaw Master. A soft hum filled the air as Tianlian Shenkui's eyes glowed, its intricate armor plates shifting with whispered clicks. Xiao Yiren's gaze swept over the battlefield, calm and assured. No one in Mingzhou had ever seen such a potent guardian puppet. Now they understood why the Jackdaw Master had fallen so swiftly. And they knew, without a doubt, that the real test was only just beginning. With the Jackdaw Master's death, the 9-nether ice flame he'd long suppressed finally burst free. It exploded from his body in a ball of roaring fire, yet that blaze carried an uncanny frost, as though it could lock the very air solid. No longer shackled by its late master's will, this primordial divine flame wasted no time. It streaked off into the distance, vanishing like a fallen star. In the world of cultivation, innate treasures, whether fire, water, or other elements, are not mere tools. They possess their own awareness and the potential for growth. Under the right circumstances, they can refine themselves, absorb the energies of heaven and earth, and even achieve their own form of enlightenment. The Taiyan fire spirit of the Taiyan sect stands as a prime example. Born of raw flame, yet elevated through years of training and communion with its sect's masters. Jiu Bingyan, the ice flame that served the Jackdaw Master for countless years, was no exception. As it aided its master's cultivation, its own spiritual insight deepened, its wisdom blossomed. When the Jackdaw Master died, his hard-won cultivation foundation should have scattered back into the ether, but instead, it poured wholly into Jiu Bingyan. Bound by destiny and strengthened by countless trials at his side, the ice flame absorbed that power, fulfilling a karmic debt that bound master and spirit together. Xiao Yiren might possess the Emperor Flame body, and she had even given birth to the Jiu Iceyan by sheer force of will. But she refused to render. Her only thought was escape, carrying off Master Jackdaw's Saint Dao fruit. If the Jiu Iceyan could absorb that Dao fruit, it would gain true independence, much like the legendary Taiyan fire spirit. In time, any ruler daring enough could slay Xiao Yiren and claim her Dao fruit for themselves. As for the Tianlian divine puppet, sometimes called the Shenkui, that too inspired no real fear. It was little more than a marginally stronger saint-level construct, and Mingzhou's top powerhouses all nursed the same plan. Once the puppet reached full maturity, a well-laid trap would ensnare it. Nothing they couldn't handle. Then, with a thunderous crack, 9 nether ice flames plotting was cut short. Without waiting for Xiao Yiren's orders, the battle-honned Tianlian divine puppet had already given chase the moment the flame spirit struck out on its own. In a single heartbeat, it closed the distance over thousands of miles. Then, towering above its quarry, it raised its colossal hand and struck 9 nether ice flame down without mercy. A colossal hand of violet gold spiritual energy coalesced out of nothing, its 5 crystalline fingers curling into a cage that imprisoned the 9 nether ice flame. In that instant, the living blaze found itself bound and delivered before Xiao Yiren. The flame, still stunned by its sudden capture, only regained its senses when it felt the unique pull of Emperor Yan's divine power probing its essence, an ancient technique for devouring spiritual fire. Frantically, it poured out a plea. It would swear fealty, offer its loyalty, even part with a sliver of its spirit wisdom, anything to save itself. But Xiao Yiren's keen perception had already unraveled its every thought. There was no room for mercy. With a resonant hum, the might of the Emperor Flame surged through her. Under that overwhelming force, the 9 nether ice flames shattered like glass, torn into countless glittering fragments. In an instant, every shard was absorbed and refined by Xiao Yiren's technique, its purest essence distilled into divine power. That power then merged seamlessly into the core of her Emperor Flame body, fusing with her Emperor Flame fire seed, her prenatal Li fire seed, and her Taiyan divine fire seed to form a single, incomparable blaze of primordial might. Xiao Yiren's aura flared again, and in a single bound, she surged from early Daozun straight into mid-Daozun. In the world of cultivation, every height you conquer demands ever greater effort. Each substage is a steeper climb than the last. Even someone like Ye Cheng, a prodigy bearing multiple supreme fates, needed years to advance from the venerable stage to the emperor stage. For Xiao Yiren to clear just this one barrier, an equally gifted talent would likely require years, if not over a decade. Such is the terror of the Emperor Flame Body. With every heavenly divine fire it absorbs, its strength spikes dramatically, and future breakthroughs accelerate in turn, widening the chasm between its bearer and the rest of their generation until no one dares compete. And among all divine flames, the 9 Nether Ice Flame has granted Xiaoyiren enhancements far beyond anything ordinary. Ye Cheng felt a familiar thrill as he worked the 9 Nether Ice Flame, much like when he had first refined the Taiyan Divine Fire. But this new flame was far more potent. It contained the complete Saint's lifelong fruit of Master Jackdaw. Unlike the fragment of power he had once drawn from the great flame fire spirit, only a sliver of her true might, the 9 Nether Ice Flame held her entire cultivation within its icy depths. With its full blessing, Ye Cheng was certain he could shatter his current limits and achieve a breakthrough in the coming months. He paused for a moment, gathering his spiritual will. Then, with a slight raise of his hand, 3 shimmering spheres of divine fire obeyed his command. In the blink of an eye, each orb began to shift. One flattened into a perfect mirror, its polished surface reflecting and deflecting any incoming attack. Another elongate, the swirling flames snapping into the shape of a heavy cannon, ready to unleash devastating blasts. The third condensed into a sleek blade, its edge so keen it could slice through solid stone. Ye Cheng's lips curved into a confident smile. At a thought, the mirror might become a thunderous bell, its toll shaking the very foundations of the earth. The cannon could transform into a razor-sharp halberd capable of cleaving through the strongest armor. Or the sword could lengthen into a mighty bow, firing arrows of fire that rained down upon his foes. Countless possibilities lay at his fingertips, all summoned from the boundless power of the 9 Nether Ice Flame. With these divine weapons at his disposal, there was no obstacle he could not overcome. No matter which variation of the Emperor Flame divine power she unleashed, one thing remained the same: the concentrated, deadly strike at its core. The aura and killing force packed into each technique far exceeded what Xiaoyiren had shown when she'd taken on Tianming Daozun and the Jingxiang Patriarch. I thought that once I refined 3 innate divine fire seeds, even quasi-saints would be powerless against me, she murmured, eyes shining with surprise. I underestimated the true might of the Emperor Flame divine power. Xiaoyiren drew a steadying breath, excitement crackling through her veins. The sheer ferocity of her flames was overwhelming. In this moment, even if true man Jackdaw were resurrected and fought her, she would have the upper hand. And against any early-stage saint, endowed or not with innate divine fire, she now had the confidence to strike them down without hesitation. If Father could see how strong I am now, he'd be astonished. The young boy paused, a warm smile spreading across his face as he thought of his father, Ye Cheng, still wandering the untamed wilderness. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling more confident than ever. 3 days later, in the heart of Yuanhai City, the venerable masters and leaders of Mingzhou's great sects had gathered to bid farewell to Xiaoyiren. One by one, they lined up before the grand teleportation array, offering their solemn bows. Even after Xiaoyiren stepped onto the glowing platform and disappeared into the swirling vortex bound for Mosho, no one stood until the last ripple vanished. Their eyes shone with pride and gratitude. Ever since the climactic battle atop Tianhan Peak, Xiaoyiren's name had been heralded as the undisputed champion of Mingzhou. Though she insisted she would not stay, even after slaying the feared Master Jackdaw and shattering the notorious Tianhan lineage, every human sect across the region owed her a debt they vowed never to forget. Houses like the Gao family, long oppressed by Tianhan Peak's tyranny, declared themselves her lifelong devotees. When these factions formally pledged their loyalty, Xiaoyiren hesitated only for a heartbeat before inclining her head in acceptance, sealing the unspoken bond. As the teleportation gate hummed to life, the assembled sect leaders exchanged triumphant glances. In their eyes, they saw the promise of a new era, one forged by the brilliance and bravery of Xiaoyiren. Ye Cheng understood all too well that the Gao family and the other human sects, far from feeling grateful for his assistance, were simply trying to hitch their fortunes to his. Yet even among those who'd sworn fealty, these clans, though not without their own agendas, proved more loyal than most. With a curt nod, he accepted their allegiance. Mother and the others will reach the northern wilderness before long, he declared, voice firm. Yet the Gu family will not remain confined to its borders. He lifted his chin, eyes shining with resolve. Moon Realm, Kang Realm, South Realm, let all 13 realms of the northern wilderness fly the banner of the Gu family. Ye Cheng was still scarcely more than a boy, but his mastery of the Emperor Flame body and his cultivation of the Emperor Flame great divine power had matured him beyond his years. His grandeur, signs to project his clan's strength across every realm, spoke of an ambition rare in someone so young. Yet beneath that public ambition lay another motive, one known to no one but himself and far truer to his heart. I have grown stronger in these past months, he whispered to the flickering flames that danced along his palms, and I will not stop until my purpose is fulfilled. Xiao Yeren paced the floor. I need to find a way to let Father see how far I've come. Only then will he be satisfied. She shook her head. There was no sense in racing back to the wilderness over something so minor. What she needed was a smarter plan. She recalled a technique from Father's grimoire, one that could draw upon the Gu family's collective fortune, even the strength of all humankind, to empower the practitioner. If she could rally enough vassals under the Gu banner and earn sufficient renown, surely Father would take notice. With that resolve, Xiao Yiren stepped into the teleportation channel and departed Mingzhou. As she'd predicted, her words echoed through every sect she left behind, and the name of the Gu family, especially young Gu Ye Cheng, now burned all the brighter in their memories. If any member of the Gu clan ever returns, the sect elders decreed, you must first confirm their ties to the Luotian Gu. Even the most distant branch may not be slighted. Deep within the desolate lands, in the furthest reaches of Luotian Academy, a new chapter was about to begin. Swish! At that moment, the assembled heroes of Mingzhou, awestruck and curious about Gu Ye Cheng and the famed Luotian Gu, fell into expectant silence. Inside his secluded meditation chamber, Gu Ye Cheng's eyes snapped open. He sensed something had shifted. The purple fortune chi in his spiritual cauldron had grown noticeably stronger, tinting his gaze with an extraordinary light. Luck, where is this coming from? He murmured, closing his eyes once more to trace its origins. When he opened them again moments later, surprise gleamed in his expression. He had pinpointed two distinct sources. The first emanated from the Moon Realm, no doubt the result of Xiao Yiren's travels there, who had been quietly spreading the renown of the Luotian Gu clan. Even more astonishing, the second source came from someone very dear to him, the so-called Great Lolita he had rescued from the dangers of the southern mysterious continent. She had since matured into the graceful fairy maiden of the northern wilderness, Yi Ruoshui. The strength of her own burgeoning fortune chi was now flowing back to him, a testament to how far she'd come, and a revelation that left Gu Ye Cheng's heart swelling with pride. Chapter 470. The Ancient Realm, one of the most enigmatic of the 13 realms on the northern wilderness divine continent, lay bathed in the pale light spilling from a time-worn ruin. At its yawning exit stood Yi Ruoshui, every inch the vision of otherworldly grace. Her gown, whiter than freshly fallen snow, billowed in the breeze, revealing the slender curve of her legs. On her feet were delicate palace shoes that seemed carved from jade, and her entire bearing exuded a quiet elegance capable of stirring even a saint's heart. Yet despite her peerless beauty, Yi Ruoshui's gaze was fixed on the sky. A moment ago she had felt a subtle, inexplicable tug, an echo of power so faint it vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Still, she had sensed it, and now her usually serene heart throbbed with expectation. "Your Highness Ye Cheng," she whispered, her voice trembling with longing. From just behind her came a soft, exasperated sigh. "You hopeless romantic," joked a familiar tone. Startled, Yi Ruoshui's cheeks flamed. She spun around and offered a graceful, apologetic bow, her large eyes glistening with both embarrassment and hope. "Master Mo!" The woman, middle-aged yet strikingly beautiful, in her flowing palace skirt and subtle, elegant makeup, approached slowly. Her gaze on Yi Ruoshui wavered between admiration and helpless awe. Admiration, because few geniuses in Beihuang Shenzhou could match the young woman's talent or the weight of her destiny. The realm Yi Ruoshui, Xiao Yiren, and Xiao Daoshuan had just emerged from was no ordinary trial ground. It was the legendary Yuan Yue secret realm. Millennia ago, Fairy Yuanyue, an immortal who had ascended and tasted the true immortal fruit, had left behind this hidden sanctuary. For tens of millions of years, countless prodigies had braved its depths, yet none had unlocked its ultimate treasure or claimed Fairy Yuanyue's final inheritance. Until today. With Yi Ruoshui's unprecedented success, the Yuanyue secret realm itself dissolved into nothingness, and its greatest legacy, the complete Taoist scriptures of Fairy Yuanyue, now belonged to Yi Ruoshui alone. Even after 1,000 years, most of the treasures and resources the Yuanyue fairy left behind had been damaged or lost. Only a few remained. Yet, the cultivation techniques, magical powers, and insights handed down by a genuine immortal were priceless, the sort of legacy that could make domain masters and even realm masters covetous. And it was precisely such a divine inheritance that Yi Ruoshui had obtained. Her future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. No wonder Mo Jinyi, a stunning woman in her middle years, had appeared the moment Yi Ruoshui secured the supreme legacy of the Yuanling secret realm. Once she'd revealed her own status, Mo Jinyi personally invited Yi Ruoshui to join her sect, dangling generous terms until Yi Ruoshui finally agreed. That was why Yi Ruoshui had just called her Master Mo. But when Mo Jinyi remembered Yi Ruoshui's other identity, she couldn't help a rueful smile. Gently pressing her palm to Yi Ruoshui's forehead, she said, "You don't need to call me Master Mo. After all, you're also one of the mentors at my Ares Academy's Wandao Hall, aren't you? Young friend, just call me the Hall Master." At Ares Academy, there are 3 great halls, each with its own specialty. The Killing Hall hawns warriors in swordplay, spearmanship, thunder techniques, and every art of slaughter. The Tiangong Hall is devoted to alchemy and armaments, mastering the forging of weapons, formation arrays, and all manner of support arts. Finally, the Wandao Hall, also known as the 10,000 Dao Hall, delves into divination, skill refinement, comprehension of the grand path, exploration of hidden realms, preservation of ancient lore, and the foundational teachings that uphold the entire academy. Mo Jinyi serves as Hall Master of the 10,000 Dao Hall. A domain master of unsurpassed refinement, he ranks 3rd among the senior members of the God of War College, answering only to the Dean and Vice Dean. Recently, he appointed Yi Ruoshui as one of his instructors in the Wandao Hall, a decision he found strangely troublesome. After all, he had extracted only 2 conditions in exchange for her appointment, and yet even those concessions left him feeling unexpectedly vulnerable. Yi Ruoshui had just been named the sole successor candidate for Master of the 10,000 Dao Hall. The moment she reached the Saint Realm, she would automatically become the Hall's Vice Master. And if she ever advanced to the Domain Master realm, the current Master would immediately step down in her favor. At that point, she would command not only the 10,000 Dao Hall, but stand atop the God of War College, and indeed the entire Northern Wilderness Divine Continent. On top of the title and future authority, she would also receive the Hall's most prestigious training package, reserved for its highest-ranked prodigies. To Yi Ruoshui, these 2 offers were priceless. First, they banished any uncertainty about her standing. She could cultivate peacefully, secure in her position. Second, they closed the gap in her cultivation resources, giving her what she needed to progress without hindrance. Their sincerity moved her deeply. With these assurances, she felt truly ready to embrace her path. Yi Ruoshui pressed her advantage and laid out her 3rd and most audacious request. "I want to serve as instructor at Wandao Temple," she declared, "so that when Prince Ye Cheng arrives in Beihuang, I can personally welcome him and secure his admission to the God of War Academy." In Yi Ruoshui's mind, there was no question of Ye Cheng's talent. He would breeze through any assessment. But the academy only opens its gates once every 10 years. Miss this year's enrollment, and even the most gifted candidate must wait another decade. That rigid deadline left her little choice but to make a bold, face-saving demand. She couldn't resist a playful jab. "Really, I'm curious, how does your lover persuade you to be so devoted?" A soft admonition followed from across the table. "I've already warned you, your cultivation must come first. Leave thoughts of romance for later." Mo Jinyi leaned back in his gilded seat, the highest in the palace's grand hall, and regarded Yi Ruoshui with a confident smile. "As long as your cultivation one day matches mine, so long as you occupy this very seat, your beloved can enter the God of War Academy," he declared. Talent won't matter. With a single word from me, no one would dare refuse. Hiroshe froze, her heart pounding. At last her eyes cleared, shining with hope. Master Mo, you mean, if you vouch for him, His Highness could still enroll even after the deadline has passed? Mo Jinyi blinked. He hadn't expected her to zero in on that detail alone. He opened his mouth, then thought better of it and simply nodded. Yes, I have the authority to override any rule, but, he paused, his lips curling into a knowing grin. If you want me to guarantee your lover's enrollment, there is just one small favor I require of you. Hiroshue's gaze sharpened. Name it, Palace Master. Ruoshe will do anything. Mo Jinyi's eyes glinted with pleasure as he clapped his hands together. Excellent. The task is simple. From now on, you must cease your realm hopping in search of him. He leaned forward, ready to lay out the rest of his condition. The promise hung in the air. With Mo Jinyi's backing, His Highness's place at the academy was all but secured, if only Yi Ruoshe would agree to his terms. Follow me into the Wandao secret realm under my palace's jurisdiction, Mo Jinyi said, his tone firm but inviting. Once you reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, I'll grant your request. He paused, then added with a slight smile, even if your partner misses this year's assessment, I'll make an exception. He'll still be admitted to the God of War Academy. Huh. Yi Ruoshue's breath caught at the offer. She hesitated for a heartbeat, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Then determination overtook her hesitation. With a decisive nod, she declared, All right, Palace Master, I accept. Let's set out immediately for the 10,000 Dao secret realm. Mo Jinyi's lips curved in an approving smile as he watched her, a fierce resolve burning in her gaze that he had never seen before. As one of the generation's domain masters and a top cultivator on the northern wilderness divine continent, he should have been unwavering. Yet in this moment, he found himself quietly envious of her devotion. What extraordinary talent, or what kind of man, must Ye Cheng be to inspire such steadfast loyalty? If only I were a woman, I'd be just as jealous. Mazhou's Qingyun Peak swarms with activity today. Countless young prodigies, each backed by their clans and master elders, have gathered at the mountain's foot, waiting for what's to come. At the very summit, in a grand hall carved from pale stone, 300 bronze tokens hang in a perfect array. Each token bears the embossed figure of one of the three war gods. These are the coveted bronze God of War tokens, the very passes that grant access to the God of War Academy's entrance examination. Right now, the tokens glow with an almost divine radiance, bathing the entire peak in a shimmering light that makes it feel more like a legendary realm than a mere mountain. Below, the assembled geniuses and their venerable protectors can scarcely take their eyes off the hall above. Their pupils shine with ambition and longing, as though the tokens themselves might burst into flame at any moment. This is the examination site for the God of War Academy. Qingyun Peak may rise less than 10,000 feet, but today it stands at the center of every hopeful heart in Mozhou. Ye Cheng stood among the throng of young prodigies at the base of Qingyun Peak, his heart pounding with anticipation. For geniuses like them, scaling the peak usually took only a few breaths, no escape techniques required. But today, the War God Academy had sealed off all 36,000 steps, rendering every passage more than 10,000 times harder. This trial was their only shot. The first 300 climbers to reach the summit would each earn a bronze War God token and secure a place in the Academy's formal entrance examination. Atop the peak, a Saint King-rank deacon of the War God Academy rose from his seat in the grand hall. His voice boomed across the valley. Let the trial begin! Like unleashed arrows, hundreds of hopefuls surged forward, their eyes fixed on the summit. Step by agonizing step, they ascended, muscles burning and lungs straining against the mountain's oppressive gravity. One day slipped by, then two. By the third dawn, the fastest climber had only reached the 10,000th step, still a full month's journey from the top, even for the most talented among them. Sweat dripped from Ye Cheng's brow as he pressed on, determined to prove himself worthy of the coveted Bronze War God token. The God of War Academy's evaluations are infamously brutal, and their admissions tutors possess eyes sharper than any blade. A chorus of sighs rose from the old masters gathered at the foot of Qingyun Peak. These hopefuls weren't merely local Mosho prodigies. nearly every brilliant but as yet unrecognized talent from across Nanling, each already in possession of a bronze god of war order, had converged here for the Qingyun trial. All of them hungered for a coveted spot at the academy and yearned to demonstrate their worth before its discerning tutors. Yet the trial's unforgiving challenges had already taken their toll on both students and mentors alike. Just as murmurs of frustration began to swell, a sharp rush of wind cut through the tense air. Whoosh! In the distance, a spirit boat streaked toward the peak, its aura blazing like a comet. Upon the deck stood a young woman in a flowing crimson dress, tall, composed, and radiating confidence. It was Xiao Yiren, who had raced from Mosho, piloting her vessel straight to Qingyun's base, as though destiny itself were calling her onward. After securing the spirit boat, Ye Cheng turned toward Qingyun Peak. Under the astonished gazes of everyone below, he didn't hesitate. He simply began to climb. Who is this kid, so full of himself, and he shows up at Qingyun Peak 3 days late? One gruff voice sneered. Ha! No matter whose disciple he is, his arrogance won't last a minute. Just wait till he slips and falls, another chimed in, gloating. A circle of burly cultivators exchanged triumphant smirks. Even those who prided themselves on virtue leaned forward, eager to witness Ye Cheng's comeuppance. But before they could savor his downfall, every grin froze on their faces. Chapter 471. The Trial Begins. Qingyun Peak buzzed with excitement as the brightest young talents from across the Nanling continent converged, each determined to earn a place in the God of War Academy's entrance trials. Though the official trial period would stretch on for weeks, those sure of their abilities could step forward and obtain the crucial God of War order at any time. From the 100 states of Nanling, prodigies had journeyed here weeks, even months in advance. Everyone understood that a single misstep, a day's delay, might mean missing their chance altogether. Securing the order early carried yet another advantage. The sooner one presented it, the higher one's preliminary ranking, and the more likely to draw the favor of the Academy's esteemed instructors. With so much at stake, nobody was willing or dared to arrive late. And yet, 3 full days had passed since the trial officially began, and Ye Cheng was still nowhere to be seen. Murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd. For a youth of his reputation and promise, such a tardy arrival was almost unthinkable. What could possibly have kept him away? The moment Xiao Yiren appeared at the base of Qingyun Peak, the gathered crowd leaned in, eager for a spectacle. They'd already begun to savor her imminent failure. Then, in an instant, whoosh! Without a sound, Xiao Yiren slipped into the mountain's mist. With a single graceful jump, she cleared the first 100 steps. Another bound took her past 200, 300. In scarcely more than a handful of breaths, she had already soared above the 1,000th step, outpacing the earlier group of Tianjiao. Impossible, someone whispered. She's reached 1,000 steps in mere moments? Does that put her on par with Yunzhong and Maxiao? Yunzhong and Maxiao, renowned talents from the 100 states of Nanling, had each climbed 8,000 steps in this trial, marking them as top contenders for the coveted God of War order. Yet here, without a hint of strain, stood a lone girl who'd silently outstripped their achievements. Beneath the slopes of Qingyun Peak, even the most seasoned warriors stood stunned into silence. Ye Cheng stood at the base of Qingyun Peak with an almost imperceptible smile. Around him, the God of War Academy's field barriers crackled with energy, but to him they were no more than a light breeze against his face. This trial is tedious, he muttered under his breath. Let's get it over with. He settled into a deep breath. In an instant, his figure blurred upward. 2,000 floors vanished beneath his feet, then 3,000, then 5. In less than half an incense stick's time, he had surged past the 8,000th level. Only now did he sense the slightest tug of resistance. His lightning-fast ascent eased, ever so slightly. Below him, the other prodigies of the peak strained desperately against their own limits. Just moments earlier, many had nursed bitter resentment, for none had received the coveted war god order directly from the Academy. But now, faced with the relentless challenge of the Qingyun Peak trial, every complaint dissolved into the crushing pressure of the climb itself. Still, in that moment of rare reprieve at 8,000 floors, Ye Cheng allowed himself a fleeting thought. that this trial might not be as dull as he'd first supposed. With determination flaring in his eyes, he readied himself to push higher than anyone had dared before, especially when they saw that experts like Yunzhong and Mo Xiao had only managed to scale the 8,000th floor. Even Lei Heng and Shen Fang, two prodigies renowned throughout Nanling Baizhou, had barely reached the 10,000th floor. In that moment, any lingering doubts about the War God Academy vanished. Instead, respect and even awe swelled in their hearts for the Academy's admissions tutors. Those tutors must be astonishingly powerful, one genius murmured, and their insight extraordinary. I wouldn't be surprised if every worthy talent in Nanling Baizhou has already been handpicked by them. Before the others could respond, a sudden gust of wind ripped past them, nearly knocking one aspirant off his feet. He staggered, caught himself on the railing, and craned his neck upward. His jaw dropped. "Where on earth did that monster come from?" he blurted. "It's already the 8,000th floor, and he's showing no signs of slowing," someone else exclaimed. A ripple of shock ran through the crowd of young geniuses. Yet Ye Cheng remained unmoved. His gaze was fixed not on the astonished onlookers, but on the distant palace that crowned Qingyun Peak. He'd arrived in Mosho just 5 days ago, and already he was determined to claim his place at the very summit. Xiaoyuan had heard of the upcoming trial at Qingyun Peak, but she didn't rush there. Instead, she first made her way to the Jiantian Taoist temple in Mozhou, hoping he could divine Aunt Yi Ruoshui's whereabouts. To her dismay, when the venerable Taoist elder contemplated sending her off Qingyun Peak, his face grew despondent, so weary, as though life itself had dealt him a crushing blow. Xiaoyuan's heart ached at the sight. She felt both pity and helplessness. In that moment, she realized she couldn't lean on any single source, no matter how kindly intended, if she truly wished to find Aunt Yi Ruoshui. So she let the matter rest and resolved on a bolder plan. "I'll go to the War God Academy," she decided. The War God Academy stood at the heart of Yingji, reputed throughout the 13 realms as a bastion of martial prowess and arcane wisdom. Maybe there she'd catch a glimpse of Aunt Yi Ruoshui, or at the very least encounter someone skilled in divination or deduction who could point her in the right direction. With that thought lighting her way, Xiaoyuan set off for Qingyun Peak in Mocho. Her first goal was to secure a bronze war god token. Only then would she be eligible to sit the Academy's entrance examination. After all, Ye Cheng had already entrusted her with a silver token, but she needed the bronze just to gain admittance. Determined, she quickened her pace toward the high, cloud-piercing spires of Qingyun Peak. Ye Cheng, now inhabiting the body of the prodigy Xiaoyuan, was determined to earn her place by her own strength. Swoosh, swoosh! Her figure blurred as she drew upon the Emperor Flame, the innate life fire, the Taiyan Divine Flame, and the Juyo Ice Flame. At the same time, the 3 primordial heaven and earth flames quietly awakened, merging with her dantian and infusing her with surging spiritual power. In an instant, her speed doubled. Like a bolt of pure energy, she rocketed up the steep path toward the summit hall of Qingyun Peak, leaving the cultivators at the foot of the mountain staring in wide-eyed astonishment. Meanwhile, at the very top of Qingyun Peak stood the bronze-clad Hall of the War God Order. Inside, 3 deacons of Saint King rank, each seated in perfect lotus posture, waited silently for the first challenger to arrive. They were here to witness which of Nanling's 100 states' finest prodigies would claim the honor of first place in today's great assessment. The deacon in the center, whose cultivation was the highest of the 3, was known as Yunying. One of the flankers offered a playful grin and leaned forward. "Brother Yun," he asked, "who do you think will be the first to reach the summit and win this contest?" Yunying's eyes flicked toward the path below, where Ye Cheng was already surging upward like a shooting star. A trace of a smile crossed his lips as he prepared his answer. "I'm not sure yet, but if Brother Lei is asking, you must have someone in mind," Yunying replied with a knowing smile. Lei Jing chuckled and nodded. "Exactly. Of all these young climbers, my 19th generation grandson stands out. I truly believe he has what it takes to take first place." The deacons of the War God Academy hailed from every corner of the northern wilderness. Saint King Lei Jing himself was born on the southern ridge of the Moon Realm. Among the current contenders scaling Qingyun Peak, his scion, Lei Heng, had already passed 10,000 steps. His confidence was unmistakable, and Saint King Shen Yi, the third deacon standing beside him, couldn't resist a tease. "Brother Lei, you're so sure of him," Shen Yi said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Why not make it interesting? I'll wager that Saint King grade green blood dragon crystal you received a few days ago." He paused, grinning. "If my grandson Shen Fang, who, let's be honest, isn't as promising as yours, still claims first place, you'll hand over the crystal so I can temper his body." Lei Jing raised an eyebrow, regarded Shen Yi for a moment, and then laughed heartily. "You're on." In the bright courtyard of Qingyun Peak, cultivators gathered to witness the day's most anticipated spectacle. Shen Yi's dark eyes gleamed as he turned toward Lei Jing, voice calm but challenging. "I admit I'm no match for Brother Lei's luck. Discovering a green blood dragon crystal is practically unheard of," Shen Yi said with a half-smile. "So here's my wager, 30 million immortal crystals." A low murmur ran through the crowd. To most quasi-saints, a lifetime's fortune might total 100,000 crystals at best. Even ordinary saints typically could only muster 1,000,000. Only a Saint King could casually lay out tens of millions. 30 million crystals, in sheer value, rivaled or even exceeded the legendary green blood dragon crystal itself. Lei Jing's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. 30 million? He repeated, tone icy. "Brother Shen, don't tell me you expect me to back down now." The two men had more in common than just their home region of Nanling. Their families were bitter rivals, locked in a feud that had spanned generations. Even as fellow students of the God of War Academy, they seized every opportunity for one-upmanship. Today's Qingyun Peak assessment only intensified their competition, especially since the younger scions of both clans were also taking part. A tense hush fell. The air between Shen Yi and Lei Jing crackled with unspoken challenges. Off to the side, Yunying watched in silence, a faint, eager smile on her lips. She said nothing, but her eyes shone with anticipation. She knew this clash was only just beginning. Lei Jing had no personal ties to either Shen Yi or Yunying, nor was he even from the Moon Realm, yet his own cultivation exceeded both of theirs. Confident in his advantage, he waited with cool detachment, certain this contest would never spiral into anything he couldn't handle. "Afraid to go through with it?" "Ha!" Lei Jing snorted, addressing Shen Yi. "Come on, Brother Shen. I'm only saying I don't want you to throw away all the treasures you've spent your life amassing over some trivial wager." Yunying, however, remained unmoved and offered him no escape. Feeling cornered, Lei Jing clenched his teeth. "All right, fine. I accept your bet," he gritted out. The moment he agreed, his anxieties eased. Shen Yi's unshakable confidence had unnerved him at first, but Lei Jing had boasted that his great-grandson would claim the championship, and he'd come prepared for just such a showdown. Sure enough, no sooner had he uttered his consent than Lei Heng, who had been stalled on the 10,000th level, began his slow, steady ascent once more. Chapter 472. At first, Lei Heng could only cover 10 steps in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. But as he climbed, that number kept rising. 10 steps, 15 steps, 20, 30. Down below, the assembled masters at the foot of Qingyun Peak exchanged astonished looks. Lei Heng's speed had shot up more than tenfold. He was already approaching 12,000 steps. Everyone knew the deacons under Yunying had laid down powerful suppression formations along the path. The higher one ascended, the stronger the restraints became. Merely preserving one's initial pace under such conditions was considered remarkable. Yet Lei Heng was not only matching his original speed, he was accelerating beyond it. At the summit, Yunying and Shen Yi were watching intently. They both narrowed their eyes, surprise and excitement flickering across their expressions. Could it really be the Thunder Spirit dragon body? Yunying murmured. She remembered how Brother Lei had risked everything to obtain the Jade Blood Dragon crystal for his protege. Now, everything made sense. The transformation he'd unlocked was more formidable than anyone had dared imagine. With this treasure, he could one day rise to prominence among his generation. High atop Qingyun Peak, 3 thunder-forged dragon phantoms coalesced around Lei Heng, their crackling forms wrapping him in a storm of power. It was by the blessing of these 3 thunder dragons that he had resisted the overwhelming suppression emanating from the 10,000th layer of the peak, and had even achieved the impossible climb against the natural flow of qi. To endure such crushing force, each of these phantom dragons must possess power on par with a Xuan Emperor. Yet Lei Heng himself is only at the Xuan Emperor realm. Such is the strength granted by his thunder dragon body. A prodigy born with this physique can attune to the thunder of heaven and earth, engrave dragon sigils upon his skin, and summon mighty thunder dragon phantoms in battle. When a thunder dragon body matures fully, it can bear 9 dragon sigils, unleashing 9 thunder phantoms in perfect harmony. When he fights, it's as if 9 thunder dragons of equal rank and power are lending him their strength. Facing 10 opponents single-handedly, his physique is nothing short of miraculous. With the blessing of the Jade Blood Dragon Crystal, he could accelerate the maturation of his thunder dragon body by leaps and bounds. As things stand, Lei Heng's talent and combat strength might just qualify him for the Bronze War God Order, but whether he'll pass the formal entrance exam for the War God Academy remains a 50-50 chance. If he has the Jade Blood Dragon Crystal to support him, though, his odds jump to 70 or even 80%. Yun Ying let out a low sigh. Lei Jing's eyes gleamed with pride, but he masked it with a calm wave of his hand. "Oh, Brother Yun, you give him far too much credit." Still, Lei Jing couldn't resist a playful glance at Shen Yi beside him. Then again, he added, if Brother Shen would be generous enough to send another batch of fairy crystals his way, he might really shake things up down the road. At that, Shen Yi's face went cold. At that moment, Ye Cheng stiffened. Then, as if sensing something, the chill lifted from his expression, and a faint smile curved his lips. He showed no anger as he turned back to Lei Jing. "Oh, I didn't realize you held me in such high regard, Brother Lei," he said, "but I'm afraid you're celebrating a bit too early." Lei Jing blinked in surprise, then lowered his gaze toward Qingyun Peak. There, Shen Fang, the disciple who had trailed Lei Heng, had suddenly accelerated. Though he still hadn't overtaken Lei Heng, the gap between them had shrunk from over 2,000 layers to under 100, and it was closing rapidly. Is that Feng Lingyi, the unique high magic technique of the Xunfeng sect? Lei Jing murmured, his eyes fixed on the barely visible wings unfurling at Shen Fang's back. They were as delicate and translucent as cicada wings, almost impossible to spot unless you knew exactly where to look. Yet it was those gossamer wings that rendered Shen Fang's body as buoyant as a feather, allowing him to surge upward with astonishing speed. The oppressive restrictions of Qingyun Peak couldn't hold back those newly sprouted wings. Ye Cheng's speed instantly soared. Lei Jing, who had just discerned their origin, felt a tightening in his chest. The Xunfeng Grand Divine Technique is one of humanity's top 10 escape arts among 3,000 great divine powers. Lost for millions of years, only scattered fragments remain today, and almost none are truly practicable. Wind Spirit Wings is one such fragment, yet Ye Cheng has actually managed to cultivate it. Not long ago, my younger brother and I discovered a genuine Xunfeng pearl, Shen Yi said at a leisurely pace, a knowing smile playing on his lips. With its power, I entrusted our clan's scion, this young Ye Cheng, with mastering the Wind Spirit Wings. I trust neither Brother Lei nor Brother Yun feels slighted? The casual boast turned Lei Jing's face ashen, while Yun Ying's eyes widened in quiet astonishment. She had always considered Shen Yi and Lei Jing inferior to herself, and never thought much of their families, but now their heirs had proved themselves undeniably exceptional. With the backing of 2 powerful ancestors, these newcomers might one day enter the God of War Academy, and perhaps even ascend to Saint King or Domain Lord. At the thought, Yun Ying hesitated. Would it be wise to ingratiate himself with Shen Yi and Lei Jing now, while their paths still lay before them? Before he could decide, a sudden ripple of energy swept across Qingyun Peak. Whoosh! 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 As one of the 3 Saint Kings charged with guarding this sacred summit, Yun Ying was not only the strongest, but also the most perceptive. He was the first to sense a strange new aura piercing the peak's defenses. At first, he paid it no mind. After all, it had been only 3 days since the newcomers arrived. Even if one of them were a prodigy, how could he already possess a God of War order and have passed its stern trials? Convinced it was nothing, Yunying turned back to his thoughts. Then, in the very next instant, his expression froze. The alien energy was surging upward at unimaginable speed, 100 floors, 200, 300, 1,000, 2,000, and still climbing, all in the space of a few shallow breaths. Yunying's brows shot up in alarm. Something, or someone, was breaching Qingyun Peak, and doing so faster than any trial he had ever witnessed. Xiao Yiren tore up the mountain trail from the base, her pace only accelerating. In the blink of an incense stick, she'd already climbed 20,000 steps! Yunying gasped, her eyes widening as she realized just how far the young girl had climbed. Lei Jing and Shen Yi, who'd been engrossed in the duel between Lei Heng and Shen Fang, barely noticed until Yunying's shout drew their attention. They looked down in astonishment and froze. Under the indifferent gazes of the three Saint Kings, Xiao Yiren streaked upward like a silver meteor. She didn't slow. 20,000 steps vanished beneath her, then 30,000, 31,000, 32,000. On and on she climbed, her ascent a blur against the craggy stone. With a final effortless leap, she cleared the 36,000th step and still rose higher. Where had this prodigy come from? The question echoed in every mind watching her flight up Qingyun Peak. Under the ghostly stares of the Nanling strongmen and the three Saint Kings, Ye Cheng scaled the final stretch of Qingyun Peak and strode into the great war god hall. A hushed murmur ran through the assembled crowd. How long did it take him? 3 days and quarter of an hour. 3 days? He only arrived on the 3rd day. He only took 15 minutes, someone finished in disbelief, their voice echoing off the stone pillars. Chapter 473. Xiao Yiren strode into the war god hall at the foot of Qingyun Peak and bowed respectfully to the 3 elders presiding over the ceremony. Honored elders, may I now receive the war god order? A heavy hush fell over the chamber. Yunying and the other 2 elders exchanged startled looks, as if they'd never imagined someone would request it so soon. At length, Lei Jing cleared his throat, and Shen Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. Recovering her composure first, Yunying waved her hand with a hint of impatience. Yes, of course you may. Xiao Yiren stepped forward, ready to accept the talisman. But before he could, Yunying's tone softened, and concern crept into her voice. Young one, do you have anyone from your clan or sect here to guard you? She asked. If not, I can send a message at once, request some strong cultivators for your protection. Lei Jing and Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Lei Jing added gravely, You may not realize it, but beyond Qingyun Peak lies 1,000 miles of peril. Demonic cultivators and bandits alike watch for any sign of weakness. Carrying a war god order makes you a marked man. Shen Yi's expression grew solemn. Don't underestimate these lands. One misstep, and you could be beset from every direction. Xiao Yiren bowed deeply, his gaze steady. I appreciate your warning and your offer of aid, but I must undertake this path alone. I am ready. With that, he accepted the war god order, the seal of his new mission gleaming between his fingers. The 3 elders exchanged resigned glances, then stepped aside, acknowledging his resolve. Thus, armed with the war god order and guided by his own determination, Xiao Yiren prepared to depart into the dangers that lay beyond Qingyun Peak. Chapter X Ambush. Beyond the summit. Aboard Qingyun Peak, the 3 war-born prodigies stood unchallenged. Here, within the sacred boundaries of the War God Academy, even old grudges were laid to rest. Nobody would dare assault a peer beneath the gaze of those 3 legendary figures. But as soon as a candidate slipped beyond the mist-shrouded cliffs, a very different danger awaited. The key was the Bronze War God token. Anonymous and age-restricted only by one's date of birth, it conferred full eligibility for the War God Academy's entrance examination. A penniless beggar who possessed the token could elbow past scions of great clans, secure in the knowledge that identity bore no weight. Word of this loophole spread swiftly through Nanling's hundreds of independent states. Mercenaries, rogue cultivators, and desperate fortune hunters lay in wait around Qingyun Peak, hoping to snatch tokens from any youth stepping onto the cloud path. With a genuine bronze token, one could bargain for a saintly weapon or a vial of elixir reserved for sainthood, prizes beyond compare for those unaffiliated with powerful sects. Ambushes were therefore as common as swirling fog. More than one promising candidate had vanished into the night, their tokens and futures stolen in a heartbeat. From the summit pavilion, the three Saint Kings observed these lurking threats with quiet disapproval. They understood the value of restraint. To step off the sacred peak and enforce order would violate the Academy's ancient traditions. So they remained impassive, cloaked in divine authority, yet bound by covenant to let fate play out beyond Qingyun's holy threshold. Among the would-be victims was Ye Cheng, his expression set with fierce resolve as he approached the final stretch of floating cloud stairway. Unaware of the black-cloaked ambushers concealed among the jagged rocks below, he tightened his grip on the aged token at his waist. For Ye Cheng, this trial was not merely a test of talent, it was a gatehouse to his destiny. And destiny, as he well knew, would tolerate no retreat. Yunying's voice was low and measured. At War God Academy, we cultivate only the very best. Another deacon nodded. Extraordinary talent is indispensable, but so are pedigree and fortune. The third deacon leaned forward. We can guarantee you're safe for tie, up to a point. If those dark cultivators are merely after your war god talisman, Academy regulations forbid us from intervening. Strictly speaking, the trio had already broken protocol by openly warning Xianxia. They would never have done so if not for her exceptional promise. Understanding the weight of their caution, Xianxia bowed respectfully to the deacons. Thank you for your concern, sirs. Please rest assured, my family has already arranged an escort to protect me. An escort? Yunying and the other two deacons immediately unfurled their spirit senses, sweeping the surrounding courtyard. They searched every shadow and angle, but no bodyguards, no hidden cultivators, nothing. The protective detail Xianxia spoke of remained invisible to them all. Could it be that this youth's followers are stronger than us? Yunying's voice cracked with disbelief. At the peak of the Saint King realm, his spirit sensing was virtually unmatched. No ordinary Saint King could slip past his awareness, and only cultivators in the mid to late Saint King stages might evade him. Yet here were several such formidable figures bowing to serve a mere boy. Even granting Ye Cheng extraordinary talent, this was too far-fetched. Before Yunying and his companions could recover, a sudden rush of air announced Ye Cheng's departure. Clutching the war god order, he soared from Qingyun Peak and headed straight for the outer slopes. Look, it's him, Ye Cheng, leaving the peak, someone shouted. He's really heading out of Qingyun Peak. Keep eyes on him, identify everyone in his entourage, trace his family background. Down below, where countless Nanling clans had sent their heirs and disciples to compete for the war god order, a wave of excitement and curiosity swept through the crowd. Everyone strained to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary boy and the powerful followers who flanked him. They looked up as one, eyebrows arching in surprise, and their gazes locked onto Ye Cheng. A prodigy like him had never before appeared in the 100 states of Nanling. How could they not be curious? How could they not be concerned? So lost were they in speculation that they barely noticed their own descendants milling at their heels. Far to the north, several hundred miles beyond Qingyun Peak, the dense jungle stood windless and still, until a sudden rustle shattered the quiet. Swoosh! A colossal black shape burst forth. Over 10 feet tall, its body was human in form but crowned with the snarling head of a wolf. In an instant, its spiritual power exploded like a comet unleashed, surging straight toward Ye Cheng. The sheer magnitude of that force stole the breath of every nearby cultivator. It was as if a divine wolf, capable of devouring sun and moon, had suddenly materialized, jaws gaping wide enough to swallow him whole. Swallowing Moon Saint, he's still alive? Someone cried. A Nanling strongman, eyes wide with horror, recognized the towering attacker. Swallowing Moon Saint, once a noble of the ancient Cold Moon Wolf clan, had long ago turned his back on his own people, betrayed his blood, and vanished into legend. And now he stood before them, very much alive, ready to strike. Ye Cheng, the feared moon-devouring saint, had consumed his own generation's young master of the Cold Moon Wolf clan and spent nearly 10,000 years under relentless pursuit by that same clan. Yet their hunting only tempered him into something far more formidable. When he first swallowed the young master's essence, Ye Cheng's cultivation had only just crested the peak of the Emperor realm. A millennium later, after fully assimilating that wolf blood heritage, he descended to the Saint realm, his power further magnified by the blessing of the Frost Moon Heavenly Wolf's lineage. Even mid-stage saints dared not challenge him lightly. A thunderous roar cut through the silent valley, so fierce it seemed capable of cleaving mountains in two. From the craggy mountainside burst a colossal figure, an ape of incredible bulk, its rippling muscles sheathed in metallic thews that gleamed like burnished steel under the sun's rays. Every hair formed an armor of living metal, radiating a frigid light that made the air itself tremble. "Iron-armored violent ape!" the onlookers whispered, awed by the beast's formidable presence. The ground shuddered with each thunderous step as the ape bore down on Ye Cheng, its eyes blazing with primal fury. Ye Cheng's dark cloak snapped in the sudden gust of wind. Calm and unshaken, he observed the armored titan before him. This was no ordinary guardian. This was an apex creature, crafted for one purpose, to end the moon-devouring saint's reign forever. Silence stretched for a heartbeat, broken only by the ape's guttural growl. Then, in a flash of movement that belied his size, the iron-armored violent ape lunged, and the valley erupted in the thunderous clash of two titans. "This beast is here too?" someone gasped. The iron-armored violent ape, though a different species from the jackdaw master whom Xianxia had just slain with the Tianlian god puppet, was not to be underestimated. Its intelligence wasn't quite on par with the jackdaw master's, but it was clever enough to recognize a losing fight. And it certainly wasn't going to let the god of war order slip from Xianxia's grasp. With a thunderous roar that shook mountain peaks and churned the sea below, the ape lifted its colossal arms. Spiritual energy crackled around its fists, forging two gargantuan palms as massive as hills. In one swift motion, it uprooted a mountain range spanning 100 miles and flung it straight at Xianxia's hovering form. The mountain chain, dark and oppressive like a colossal rock python, unfurled through the air, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Empowered by the iron-armored violent ape's strange and potent energy, its destructive potential rivaled even that of the moon-swallowing saint. "The war god order, truly awe-inspiring," an onlooker breathed. "But this girl's talent has clearly shocked everyone here," another murmured, eyes widening at the escalating clash of powers. "Ordinary saints, and those just shy of that rank, dare not lift a finger." Below Qingyun Peak, the gathered Nanling strongmen watched in awe as Xianxia hovered between two saints, utterly helpless. Whispers rippled through the crowd, curiosity burning in every eye. What kind of backing does this little girl have? Before anyone could utter another word, a streak of purple-gold light tore through the air with a sharp swish. In an instant, Tianlian Shenkui materialized beside Xianxia. His expression remained as impassive as always. He simply raised his fist and unleashed devastation. The first saint to charge, the swallowing moon saint, never even reached him. With a single, thunderous blow, he was shattered into a cloud of blood mist. No sooner had the crimson haze cleared than Shenkui struck again. The 100-mile mountain range saint exploded in a shower of ash, his body completely obliterated. A roar rolled down from the heights. The iron-armored violent ape, witnessing such unchecked power, wasted no time. With a final defiant bellow, he turned and plunged into the shadowy depths of the mountains, vanishing from sight. Although its wit was no sharper than a jackdaw's, even the iron-armored ape knew to avoid a fight it couldn't win. Yet before it could react, bang! The Tianlian god puppet's fist, infused with vast spiritual power, smashed into midair. In a heartbeat, that fist-shaped shockwave caught the ape squarely in the back, tearing through its armor and flesh. In an instant, the beast was nothing more than a spray of blood and gore, its remains staining the mountainside crimson. When the dust settled, the god puppet swept up Xianxia and vanished, bound for the God of War Academy's entrance examination grounds. The Nanling strongmen gathered beneath Qingyun Peak stared at the aftermath in stunned silence, their hearts pounding. Killing two great saints like they were insects, what level of power must he have reached? A perfect saint, or even a saint king? E of them whispered. If he truly is a saint king, then who is that boy? What sort of origin could he possibly have? Beneath Qingyun Peak, the Nanling heroes exchanged awed, nervous glances. The sheer terror of what they had witnessed left them questioning everything they thought they knew about power in this world. Atop Qingyun Peak, Yunying and her two companions were even more astonished than the Nanling heroes below. Though the heroes lacked true mastery, they had all felt the sheer force of Tianlian Shenkui's strike. And now there could be no doubt. The attendant standing by Xiao Yiren's side was a Saint King of extraordinary caliber, not some run-of-the-mill powerhouse. What was the origin of this young man, Ye Cheng, to possess and project such overwhelming strength? The three Saint Kings exchanged wide-eyed looks, tinged with excitement. They couldn't wait to see how Xiao Yiren and his formidable attendant would fare in the next entrance examination at the War God Academy. Whatever happened, it was sure to send shockwaves through the Moon Realm and the Academy itself, ripples no one would soon forget. Chapter 474, Revised. The Nanling Range stretches 1,000 miles from east to west, cleaving the Moon Realm into northern and southern halves. Viewed from on high, its ridges and peaks coil like a colossal dragon at rest, majestic, limitless. At this moment, on the eastern edge of Nanling, the spirit boat piloted by Xiao Yiren descended above the vast walls of Tianyue City. Once grounded, she summoned the Tianlian god puppet to mask her presence, then approached the gate, paid 100 spirit crystals, and stepped inside. The Nanling Mountains teem with ferocious beasts, rare herbs, and hidden treasures. Since the dawn of the Great Era and the resurgence of the spiritual energy wave, Nanling has become the supreme repository of wealth and power in the Moon Realm. Tianyue City stands as the prime gateway into this bounty. Each day, countless cultivators, some seasoned veterans, many rising prodigies, gather here, hoping to venture into the mountains, unearth priceless relics, capture destiny's opportunities, and ascend to greatness. Lately, the crowds have swelled, and more than ever, young talents, famed throughout the Moon Realm, fill Tianyue's streets and inns, all eager for their chance to claim Nanling's riches. Though they'd only reached the Xuan Emperor realm, their renown eclipsed that of many long-established emperors and quasi-saints. As first-class young Tianjiao of the Moon Realm, their future eminence was all but guaranteed. They were destined to become saints at minimum. What had drawn them here, alongside Xiao Yiren, was the approach of the 12th War God's secret realm. In just 10 days, this hidden domain would descend upon the Nanling Mountains outside Tianyue City, serving as the exclusive entrance examination for anyone holding a Bronze War God Order. The Moon Realm's expanse bred prodigies in their thousands. Even within a modest prefecture like Mingzhou, scores of youngsters had already broken through to the Tianzun or Saint realms. Across the entire Moon Realm, more than 100,000 geniuses carried Bronze War God Orders. With such overwhelming numbers, the deacons of the War God Academy could not entertain one-on-one duels or small-scale trials. They needed something far grander and far more rigorous to sort this vast field of contenders. The War God Academy's senior masters had prepared a unique proving ground for this trial, the War God's secret realm. Each secret realm is a self-contained world, sealed inside a specially crafted treasure by the Academy's domain masters and opened only at predetermined times. Any prodigy in possession of a Bronze War God token may enter. In all, 12 secret realms would be scattered throughout the Moon domain. Though the terrain and climate of each realm would differ, ranging from icy wastelands to sun-scorched deserts, the core challenge remained the same: defeat the monsters that roamed within. Every creature slain would yield a valuable crystal core, the essential currency of this trial. Ye Cheng stepped forward, token in hand, heart pounding with anticipation. Beyond the artifact's shimmering barrier lay unknown dangers, and the chance to prove himself among the Academy's finest. Ye Cheng stood among the throng of hopefuls in Tianyue City's main plaza, his heart racing with anticipation. On the raised dais, a deacon of the War God Academy unfurled a scroll and cleared his throat. Instantly, his voice boomed across the square. Attention, everyone! Crystal cores are classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top, according to the strength of the monsters you defeat. 100 low-grade cores can be melted down into a single medium-grade core. Likewise, 100 medium-grade cores yield 1 high-grade core, and 100 high-grade cores produce 1 top-grade core. A ripple of excitement swept through the assembled geniuses. Ye Cheng glanced around at faces alight with hope and fierce determination. Though the War God's secret realm had yet to open, everyone felt its pull, like a tide racing to the shore. The deacon raised a finger for silence and continued, his tone solemn yet charged with promise. The War God's secret realm will remain open for exactly 9 months from today. Any candidate who delivers 100 top-grade crystal cores to this podium before that period ends will automatically pass the entrance examination and earn formal admission to the War God Academy. Murmurs broke out again, more intense this time. Ye Cheng's pulse thundered in his ears as he imagined the trials awaiting him in the secret realm, and the glory of becoming a student at the legendary academy. The deacon studied the crowd a moment longer, then paused, as if about to announce something even more crucial. From the edges of the plaza to the very front row where Ye Cheng stood, every contestant leaned forward, eager for the next words that would signal the beginning of their greatest challenge yet. In addition, the faster you complete the God of War realm assessment, the more generous your initial resources and training opportunities at the academy will be. And that's not all. Among those who clear each God of War realm trial, the top 3 prodigies will receive special rewards directly from the God of War Academy. And if you claim first place, the prize is even more extraordinary. No sooner had these words fallen than the gathered geniuses of Nanling, assembled all across Xianxia City, felt their fighting spirit surge to unprecedented heights. This assessment wasn't merely a gateway into the academy. It would also determine the very treatment they'd receive once admitted. Securing a spot in the top 3, or, better yet, winning the championship, meant unlocking rewards so lavish that even the deacons of the academy described them as incredibly generous, treasures capable of swaying even a saint king. A thrill ran through the crowd as one after another of these talented youths drew in sharp breaths, their eyes alight with fierce ambition. The crowd fell silent almost at once. Every eye shifted, unwilling, magnetic, to the woman in purple standing at its center. Her arms were folded lightly across her chest, her gaze steady and serene. The rich violet of her gown clung to a waist as slender as a willow branch, and her gentle, almost fragile beauty seemed poised to melt at any moment. One look in her direction was enough to send shivers through even the hardest heart. Yet despite that delicate allure, no one dared cross the invisible boundary she'd drawn around herself. 3 meters felt like a life-and-death line, and make no mistake, these were no ordinary onlookers. Every young cultivator gathered in Xianxia City that day bore the War God order. Even the so-called rank-and-file among them were first-rate prodigies of the Moon Realm, each at least a perfect Dao Zun, many already in the Xuan Emperor tier. Achieving such heights in barely a century of cultivation had forged ironclad pride and unshakable dignity in their hearts. Yet in the presence of the purple-gowned stranger, not one of those proud elites dared break the hush. I am the top disciple of Wanhua Valley, the premier Taoist sect in the Moon Realm. I'm the legitimate heir of Wanhua Saint, personally trained by him, and I reached the heavenly Emperor realm in under a century of cultivation. A true prodigy of the Moon Realm, Saint Qingping, someone murmured, voice trembling with awe. We're out of luck. Those who had just spotted Saint Qingping's figure stopped in their tracks. Their earlier excitement drained away as they took in the truth of the situation. Bitterly, they whispered among themselves, Saint Qingping of Wanhua Valley, Saint Purple Thunder of Ziyun Tower, the bloodline heir of the mountain-moving ape demon, the ape saint's own son, and the young masters of the Wood Spirit clan and the Cold Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. In the entire Moon Realm, only these 5 stand at the pinnacle of talent, and none of them have secured exemption. The Academy only opened 12 War God Mystery Realms. Being chosen by one of them is under a 50% chance. A collective groan rip led through the crowd as they realized just how daunting the odds had become. We've been assigned to the same secret realm as Saint Qingping. How unlucky, one genius groaned. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Xuan Emperor realm. Without Saint Qingping in the mix, he'd been certain of winning this trial. Now he'd be content just to crack the top 3. Less than 50%? His companion Ji snorted in disbelief. You've miscounted, Brother Ji. Ji's lips curled into a bitter smile. Haven't you heard about that mysterious girl who emerged from Qingyun Peak a few days ago? He replied. Rumor has it the Holy King personally escorted her. And get this. Within a single stick of incense, she scaled to the very summit of Qingyun Peak's rankings, The first genius frowned. Ranking-wise, she's right up there with Saint Qingping and the others. Ji shrugged. Exactly. Including her, 6 of Ye Cheng's top prodigies will be scattered across the 12 secret realms for the entrance trials. That's a 50-50 shot at survival, the other muttered. We've drawn the death lottery. Is it really that hard to believe? One of the prodigies sneered, relishing the sting of his own words. A few others nearby chuckled and nodded along in mock sympathy, but Saint Qingping sat apart, her eyes alight with contempt. Only a coward would tremble at hearsay, she spat. To her, Xiao Yiren's reputation was nothing more than hot air. If the girl truly possessed the gifts so many applauded, the deacons and masters of the War God Academy would have already discovered her and awarded her the coveted Order of the War God, long before the Qingyun Peak evaluations even began. Saint Qingping's lips curled in a cold smile. Frankly, I have no fear of that child. My true rivals are the Purple Thunder Saint Sun, the Wood Spirit Clan, the Heavenly Wolf Clan, and, above all, the mountain-moving demon ape. At her last words, Saint Qingping's usual steeliness wavered. The mere mention of that bloodthirsty beast, a creature said to have slaughtered countless talented cultivators, sent a flicker of genuine fear across her features. Saint Qingping wasn't afraid of the mountain-moving demon ape, but she knew she couldn't beat it in a straight fight right now. And this secret realm wasn't the place for a decisive showdown. Fortunately, the demon ape wouldn't turn up here. She allowed herself a quiet moment of relief before pressing on. Elsewhere in the Moon Realm, similar discussions were underway. Secret Realm number 3, before Heaven Wen Tower. A junior attendant bowed before the Holy Sun. Holy Sun, the Tower Elders have sent this dossier on the girl. Would you like to examine it? The Holy Sun shook his head. No, I've already said that the girl is not our immediate concern. Instead, gather reports on Saint Qingping's combat abilities, young Master Muling's progress, Princess Tianlong's status, and any word of the mountain-moving demon ape. Those are our priorities. Secret Realm number 9, Nanyue Mountains. An aide knelt at the edge of a rocky outcrop. Young Lord, shall I have our scouts track the mortal girl's movements? The young lord leaned against a stone pillar and frowned. Not yet. We have only 10 days until the assessment begins. No need to rush. As for the humans of this moon realm, they pose no real threat. Leave her be for now. Whether it's the Holy Sun, the Holy Daughter, or that child, they're all nobodies. In Secret Realm 10, a young princess lounged on her velvet-cushioned throne. Can you believe the human race produced someone like that? Fascinating. Word is, this boy's followers even slew the murderer Tunyu. He's clearly cut out for our people. Her attendant bowed. Your Highness, what do you intend? The princess tapped her jade hairpin against the armrest. With his talent, acing the assessment will be a cinch. Look up his name, Ye Cheng. When I enroll at the War God Academy, I'll personally take him under my wing. Millions of miles away, on the western edge of the Nanling Mountains, far from Tianyu City, the portal to Secret Realm 11 lay before Blood Moon City. Roaring cheers clashed with the metallic tang of blood in the air. Another supposed top prodigy? A veteran cultivator scoffed from the battlements. A human, no less, and barely 10 years old? Below them, a 10-foot-tall demon ape stood at the heart of the arena. Its rippling muscles glistened under a single strip of lustrous dragon hide wrapped at its waist. In one massive hand it gripped a pale silver staff, fashioned from dragon bone and polished to a mirror sheen. Every Tianjiao, human and alien alike, trembled before it. Raw terror shone in their eyes. They trembled not only because of the demon ape's fearsome reputation, but also at the sight of the bodies strewn at its feet. All of them had been first-rate prodigies, some from the human race, others from the ancient saint race, each destined to rank among the top 3 in the 11th secret realm if fate had been kinder. Now their corpses lay torn and bloodied, eyes frozen wide in death. The demon ape, an unholy fusion of Shura warrior and devil, was ripping limbs and flesh from the missing bodies with one massive hand, stuffing each bite into its gore-smeared maw. As it fed, it probed their shattered soul memories, its eyes growing wilder with every fragment it absorbed. Then, with a sudden, thunderous whoosh, the mountain-moving demon ape rose to its full, terrifying height. A frenzy of bloodlust glinted in its gaze, and crimson-streaked saliva dripped from its snarling lips. "Human prodigies," it rumbled, voice like grinding boulders. "I have feasted on countless talents, but never one so young, so exquisite. I cannot let such a delicacy slip through my grasp. It looks like only the opening line of the chapter has come through. Could you please paste the rest of the chapter text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the full passage, I'll polish it into a coherent, idiomatic English version, renaming Gu Changqing to the male protagonist Ye Cheng, and preserving all key plot points and details." Chapter 475, Xianxia City thrummed with anticipation. Streets and squares overflowed with talent from across the realms, each hoping to make their mark in the legendary God of War trials. Blending into the throng was Xianxia, listening with secret pride as one celebrated prodigy after another praised her recent feats. She let their words wash over her, though she was careful not to draw any attention. Thanks to the concealment technique taught by Emperor Yan, Xianxia could mask both her body and her spiritual presence so completely that even the sharpest cultivators around her remained unaware. Once the head deacon of the God of War Academy had finished announcing the detailed rules of the entrance examination, she slipped away as quietly as she had arrived. She found a humble inn on the city's outskirts and spent the next 10 days waiting in patient seclusion. At last, the day dawned when the God of War realm would open its gates. Over the past week, countless Moon Realm prodigies who had earned the coveted God of War pass had poured into Xianxia City, eagerly rubbing their hands at the prospect of making a name for themselves. Now, on the final morning, impatience crackled like static in the air. High atop a marble dais, the deacon of the God of War Academy raised his arms. With a slow, deliberate motion, he activated the towering rune array beneath his feet. A vortex of shimmering light bloomed behind him, its surface swirling like liquid starlight. "Behold," his voice rang out across the plaza. "The gate to the God of War realm is open." A roar erupted from the assembled geniuses as they surged forward, each desperate to be among the first to step through the portal and begin their legendary journey. Deep in the crowd, hidden by her perfect concealment, Xianxia took a steadying breath. This was the moment she had prepared for all her life, and at last her true trial was about to begin. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Realm. A surge of divine power swept over the arena like a torch flung into a vat of boiling oil. In an instant, the entire field ignited with blinding light and crackling energy. "Move it! Now's our chance to enter the God of War Academy and rise to glory," the Moon Realm contenders shouted, jostling as they sprinted toward the shimmering transmission vortex. "This young master will claim the top spot. No, the top 3! Crowed the young master of the Firebird clan, an ancient lineage renowned across the myriad realms. Wings of scarlet flame unfurled from his back, painting a fiery arc as he rocketed past everyone else. Ye Cheng stood at the edge of the melee, his heart pounding. He'd trained his whole life for this moment, the chance to prove himself worthy of the Academy's legendary training. But as he watched the Firebird heir vanish into the lead, a colossal black shape descended from above, eclipsing the vortex. In a heartbeat, it slammed into the Firebird young master with the force of a falling mountain. There wasn't even time for a scream before bone and sinew gave way. Puff, his body collapsed, twisted and broken. Before anyone could react, the shadow swept him up, hurled him into an enormous, gaping maw, and began to chew. Crunch, crunch. The grisly sound of flesh and bone being devoured echoed across the silent arena. In that moment, every challenger froze, dread settling over Xianxia City like a suffocating blanket. Ye Cheng's blood ran cold. The gateway to his dreams stood just yards away, yet now it loomed next to an ancient predator whose appetite threatened to swallow every hope and every life within the mysterious realm. Only the Saint King Deacon of the War God Academy remained perfectly calm, his expression unreadable. The youths bearing War God orders, even mere copper-grade orders, were among the brightest prodigies of the northern wilderness divine continent. By right, the Academy's deacons could, and would, intervene to save any order-bearer from certain death. But that protection carried a caveat. It applied only when the attackers hailed from an older, our generation. Let peers clash as they might, with every shred of violence and bloodshed, the Academy would not step in. and right now the colossal black shape looming over the battlefield was unmistakably of the same generation as the Moon Realm prodigies arrayed below. Saint Qingping's eyes widened as she watched it materialize. Deep in the Moon Realm's hierarchy of ancient clans, the Body Dao were the most venerated, the Blood Clan the rarest, and above them all, once every generation, emerged a being of true supremacy. "Look," she whispered, her voice barely carrying over the chaos. The shadow resolved into a hulking figure, rippling with boundless power. Its presence alone twisted the very air. Mountain-moving demon ape. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. Even the deacon gave the creature a long, appraising glance before turning back to his path. Saint Qingping held her breath, transfixed by the demon ape's raw, primeval might, and by the grim realization that, here, no academy decree could save anyone who fell before it. Her eyes, wide and luminous like distant stars, betrayed a surge of fear, and something else, a flicker of genuine surprise. She hailed from Wanhua Valley, her pedigree and training rivaling even that of the infamous mountain-moving demon ape. Before they all embarked for the 12th War God Realm's gateway at Tianyue City, Wanhua Valley's strategists had already compiled dossiers on every top-tier genius. Whether by design or chance, each prodigy had been dispatched to a different realm, poised for entry. Yet here, now in Tianyue City, stood this very beast. Saint Qingping, she murmured under her breath, trying to steady her racing heart. Unexpected. At her soft invocation, the mountain-moving demon ape lifted its gargantuan head. Strips of sinew and shards of bone still clung to its snarling maw, fresh blood glistening on its fangs. The creature's eyes glowed with feral delight as it fixed its gaze on her, lips curling into a savage grin. A deep, rumbling voice rolled over the rooftops of Tianyue City, stopping every Moon Realm genius in their tracks. "I have no interest in devouring all of you," the mountain-moving demon ape declared, each word vibrating through their bones. "I came for exactly one person." He fixed his blazing eyes on the gathered cultivators. "My grandfather left a trail that led me here. That little girl, Gu Yiren, must be hiding somewhere in Tianyue City, yes?" A cruel, almost reverent smile curled the demon ape's lips. "I've tasted many promising talents, but there's nothing quite like the flesh of a human prodigy under 10 years old. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Even the bravest Moon Realm geniuses stood frozen, hearts hammering in their chests. Fear and disbelief warred in their eyes, fear of the monster before them, disbelief that the legendary Saint Qingping wasn't alone in this city. They'd heard rumors of Gu Yiren's exploits and her uncanny strength, but they never imagined a demonic ape would arrive to hunt her. Silence fell like a shroud over the square as the ape's words echoed into the night. Tianyue City had never witnessed such terror, and no one knew what would happen next. Chapter 10. Challenge at Tianyue's Gates. Why is our luck always so rotten? A hush fell over the gathered geniuses of the Moon Realm. Many of them looked ready to burst into tears, if they still had any left to shed. Standing among the crowd was Ye Cheng, his jaw clenched and eyes glittering with barely contained anger as he stared down the colossal mountain-moving demon ape. At last, he could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward, voice ringing clear across the training grounds. "Mountain-moving demon ape, if you truly intend to take the entrance trial, then enter the secret realm now." He paused, then raised his voice even more. "And if you have no interest in joining my War God Academy, then at least stand aside and let these other geniuses pass." High atop Tianyue City's ramparts, the Saint King Deacon, who had not spoken a single word until now, arched a dark brow and finally broke his silence with a low chuckle. His gaze flicked between Ye Cheng and the massive ape. "Heh, steward, are you that worried about your human prodigy? You sound positively unsettled." The mountain-moving demon ape glowered for a moment, its chest heaving beneath thick, matted fur. Then, with a reluctant snort, it rumbled. "Fine, fine. Since you insist, what more can I say?" It turned to face the deacon, voice booming like distant thunder. "Just one thing. Keep that boy, Ye Cheng, under close watch once we enter the War God realm. Make sure he never leaves your sight." With a contemptuous sneer, the demon ape sprung into the swirling vortex of the secret realm portal. In an instant of crackling light and dissipating energy, it vanished. A tense silence settled over Tianyue City's walls. Below, the other candidates exchanged anxious glances. The true test was about to begin, and every soul present knew the smallest misstep could be deadly. The Moon Realm's prodigies all let out the slightest sigh of relief, until they remembered their next trial would land them in the same secret realm as the fearsome mountain-moving demon ape. Their faces fell again. Just then, Saint King Deacon made a sweeping gesture. With supreme divine power, he rent open a crack in the void, revealing the passage. On the other side, a million miles away, lay the demon ape's starting point and the entrance to the 11th secret realm, right in front of Blood Moon City. If any of you would prefer to avoid facing the mountain-moving demon ape, the Saint King Deacon announced, step into this portal and proceed to the 11th secret realm for your next assessment. Move. He paused, deliberately casting his gaze toward Xianxia, who had been lingering quietly at the back. At his command, "Halala!" Xianxia froze in place, startled. Around her, the other Moon Realm geniuses, still shaken by the demon ape's reputation, didn't hesitate. They surged forward in a flurry, crowding into the crack in the void, and as they stepped through, they hurriedly offered their thanks to Saint King Deacon. Xianxia City had once teemed with tens of thousands of prodigies, but now half of them were gone, its grand halls and winding streets feeling strangely empty. Yet this thinning of ranks did nothing to ease the trials ahead. Anyone who remained in Examination Hall 12 while the mountain-moving demon ape prowled inside clearly believed in their own strength. Among those bold few stood Saint Qingping, the Saint King Deacon, who had intentionally allowed many contestants to withdraw rather than risk them being slaughtered, wasn't surprised by the diminished crowd. What did catch him off guard was a single figure slipping through the remainder, Xianxia. "You? Aren't you leaving?" he asked, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on her. His soft words cut through the murmurs of the assembly, and every pair of eyes swung toward her, nullifying her attempt to stay hidden. In that moment of stunned silence, Xianxia stood fully exposed before the entire hall. Chapter 476. Is that really Ye Cheng, the famed #1 genius of Qingyun Peak? He's actually here in Xianxia City. No way. What's even more unbelievable is that he hasn't left yet. A cluster of Moon Realm prodigies exchanged astonished glances. Only moments ago, the Saint King Deacon had posed a strange question about this mysterious figure, and now Ye Cheng himself stood before them. Surprise flared in their eyes, but beneath it lay a deeper puzzlement. Ye Cheng's reputation was legendary, top of Qingyun Peak, the premier stronghold in the entire realm. Naturally, the gathered Tianjiao held him in high esteem. Yet as great as his renown was, they dared not compare him directly to the mountain-moving demon ape or to Saint Qingping. At best, they would say he might be on their level. Surpassing them was unthinkable. After all, Ye Cheng's feats remained unrecorded, his glory largely built on hearsay. By stark contrast, the mountain-moving demon ape had recently demonstrated its power beyond doubt, killing the young master of the Fire Sparrow clan in front of countless witnesses, tearing him apart and devouring him alive. Faced with such a display, Ye Cheng's reputation seemed fragile. Yet as he walked calmly into the courtyard, every eye followed him, eager to see whether this whispered legend would live up to its fame. In that moment, how dare he remain here and take the next entrance trial? The mountain-moving demon ape snorted. You'd be far wiser to head straight to the 11th secret realm. With your talent, you'll claim first place there without breaking a sweat. Why linger here? Saint King Deacon couldn't help but intervene. As arrogant as the demon ape was, he had a point. Only moments before, the deacon himself had urged the ape to stand down, and truth be told, he'd hoped to protect exceptional human cultivators like Ye Cheng. Yet now his well-meaning warning seemed utterly wasted. Ye Cheng felt the deacon's concern tugging at him, but he answered nonetheless. I appreciate your kindness, he said softly, but you're just a monkey. You can't intimidate me. With that, Ye Cheng inclined his head politely to the deacon, then without another word, leapt straight into the mysterious war realm. He actually went in just like that? The Moon Realm prodigies, led by Saint Qingping, stared in disbelief. To them, Ye Cheng's lone plunge into the secret realm was nothing short of a suicide mission. Only the Saint King's archdeacon watched Ye Cheng's unwavering figure with narrowed eyes, a flicker of interest crossing his face. Could this boy truly possess secret talents the world has never seen? He wondered. 3 days later, Ye Cheng stood amid the 12th mysterious realm of war. Each of the 12 realms is a self-contained cavern world, and each differs wildly from the next. This one, the domain of the war god, stretches across 100,000 miles of jagged mountains, its very air sapping a traveler's speed and making flight all but impossible. For someone of Ye Cheng's caliber, exploring such vast terrain in only 3 days would normally be unthinkable. Yet, in that brief span, he had already mapped significant stretches of the range and noted its greatest hazards. Countless monsters prowled these peaks, and even the weakest among them was on par with a saint-level cultivator. A mere brush with one of these beasts could spell disaster for a heavenly Emperor Realm expert. Every fight demanded absolute caution. One misstep, and even the strongest hero might fall in an instant. Worse yet, the crystal cores each monster bore corresponded directly to its power level. The mightier the creature, the rarer and more valuable its core. Ye Cheng would have to choose his battles with care if he hoped to survive, and to harvest any worthwhile rewards. Ye Cheng flipped through his notes, frowning as he spoke to himself. Crystal cores from Saint Realm beasts are low quality. Dao Realm cores are mid-grade. Xuan Emperor Realm cores are high quality, and only those Heavenly Emperor Realm monsters count as top tier. His mission was straightforward: collect 100 top-tier cores. The fastest way, logically, was to hunt 100 Heavenly Emperor Realm creatures. But after 3 days of patrolling and charting this mountain range, he'd gathered enough data to draw a preliminary conclusion. Saint and Dao Realm monsters swarm these slopes, he muttered, but Xuan Emperor and especially Heavenly Emperor Realm beasts, they're virtually non-existent out here. When they do appear, they hide deep in the crags. Of course, this expanse could be larger than he'd yet explored. Perhaps he'd only touched its outskirts. Still, his 3 days of effort had yielded precious few prized cores. He'd defeated more than 100 Saint and Dao Realm foes, and only one lone Xuan Emperor Realm monster had fallen to his blade, no Heavenly Emperor Realm targets in sight. Leaning back against a jagged boulder, Ye Cheng tucked his sword home and scanned the mist-shrouded peaks above. The deeper canyons called to him, promising both risk and reward. If he wanted those 100 top-tier cores, he'd have to push beyond his current perimeter and pray he wasn't walking into a trap. Ye Cheng stared at his meager haul and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Not even 2 top-grade crystal cores, hardly enough to justify the effort. He let out a soft sigh, preparing to head back empty-handed, when a desperate cry split the mountain air. "Help, somebody, please!" His heart skipped a beat. Before he could think twice, a second voice rang out, panicked and pleading. "I forfeit my assessment qualification. Activate the emergency beacon. Get me out of here." A third voice followed, trembling. I give up mine too." Without another word, Ye Cheng invoked his escape technique and shot forward, racing toward the source of the commotion. Within moments, he crested a rocky knoll and froze at the sight below. A narrow canyon floor where 10 young prodigies, each competing in the heavenly trials, were desperately fighting for their lives. From the mountain's throat poured a torrent of monsters, thousands of them, shaking the canyon with each thunderous step. At the front of this living avalanche strode several hulking beasts exuding Xuan Emperor-level auras. Even more alarming, each carried a shimmering energy field, and as the creatures pressed together, their combined auras wove into a living, forbidden formation, an impenetrable barrier that sapped every strike aimed against it. Ye Cheng's jaw set tight. "They're extraordinary beasts," he muttered, "and gathered like this, their power becomes a forbidden formation. If I don't act fast, those kids won't stand a chance." With that, he steadied himself on the ridge, ready to dive into the fray. The air above the battlefield crackled with arcane energy as a thunderous roar swept through the ranks of the monsters. Under the surging tide's influence, even the weakest Saint Venerable and Dao Venerable beasts had their strength amplified to rival that of a Xuan Emperor. At the front, the Xuan Emperor-level monsters smashed through the ground with earth-shaking force, powers on par with early Tiandi realm cultivators. No wonder they'd driven the elite strike team into a corner, cutting off every avenue of retreat. Some geniuses had been so overwhelmed that they'd been forced to abandon their mission altogether, resorting to the War God Order's teleportation just to escape with their lives. To those trapped cultivators, the monster tide was an unstoppable juggernaut. But when Xiao Yiren beheld the oncoming horde, her eyes blazed with excitement. Without pausing to coordinate with her teammates, she ignited her innate flame. In an instant, her body erupted in fiery light, transforming her into a streaking meteor as she hurtled toward the first wave of monsters. Nearby, Ye Cheng stood ready, his expression steely. The sudden flare of Xiao Yiren's power drew the monster's attention, and in that momentary distraction, he prepared to strike. Together, they would turn the tide of battle. Whoosh! Despite the demon horde's ferocious onslaught, the beasts were as fragile as parchment against Ye Cheng's power. Wherever he stepped, a gout of innate flame erupted, tearing through their bodies, drenching the ground in blood, and claiming their crystal cores. In a matter of heartbeats, Ye Cheng alone had cut down a full tenth of the advancing tide. A top-tier genius has arrived. Which Taoist brother dares to face such overwhelming odds? We truly snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. The dozen prodigies who'd been driven to the brink by the demon tide, so exhausted they'd nearly surrendered, found new hope in Ye Cheng's sudden intervention. Rallying their remaining strength, they surged forward and slipped free of the pursuing beasts. Only after they'd put safe distance between themselves and the horde did they dare to look back, eyes shining with gratitude as they watched Ye Cheng stand alone against the monstrous wave. Everyone gasped when they finally caught sight of the figure who'd broken through the demon tide. That's Qingyun Peak's #1 disciple, Ye Cheng. Could his strength really be this overwhelming? Below them, a swarm of demon beasts clawed and howled as they pressed in on Ye Cheng. His first move, a thunderbolt lash crackling with raw qi, had staggered the nearest ranks of fiends. But within heartbeats, the monsters shook off the strike and surged forward once more, their howls like rolling thunder. In an instant, Ye Cheng was swallowed by the onrushing tide. Yet this was no desperate last stand, it was merely the prelude to his true technique. Centering his spirit, Ye Cheng called upon the three great divine fires, the Xianxia Lihuo, the Taiyan Divine Fire, and the Juyo Ice Flame. They swirled around him, each blaze dancing in stark contrast, white-hot embers, golden sunfire, and pale blue frost, spinning together until the air itself crackled. Opening his palms to the sky, he condensed that triple inferno into a single, towering sword of light. It soared hundreds of feet into the heavens, the blade radiating enough energy to shred clouds. Then, with a roar that shook the hillside, he brought it down. Sword light fanned out like a collapsing dome, cutting through demon and demon lord alike. Where the radiant edge passed, flesh and bone exploded in crimson arcs. Even those eerie overlords of the Xuandi realm, beings whose strength rivaled emperors, were no more than fragile insects beneath the onslaught. One by one, they collapsed, their roars extinguished in the wake of that celestial blade. When at last the radiance dimmed, only silence remained among the slaughtered horde. High above, the disciples of Qingyun Peak stared in awe. They had witnessed a power beyond all expectation, and they knew, without doubt, that their #1 had just unveiled a legendary might. A thunderous tide of demon beasts, numbering in the thousands, surged toward them, so overwhelming that even prodigies of St. Qingping's caliber grimaced at the sight. Yet in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Yiren had cut the entire horde to ribbons. With a swift motion, she gathered the fallen monster's crystal cores, channeling her spirit energy to fuse and refine them on the spot. When the last glow faded, she stood up, 20 high-grade cores glowing faintly in her palm. Satisfied, she strode back to the stunned circle of young geniuses. "Thank you for saving our lives," they blurted in unison, bowing so low their foreheads nearly touched the ground. Heartbeats racing, they looked anywhere but at one another, puzzled over what could have provoked such a massive assault. Xiao Yiren folded her arms. "I don't mind. Just tell me this. What did you do to draw every demon beast in the region down on your heads?" The group exchanged helpless glances until one cultivator's face lit up. "Could it be that strange spirit herb we dug up earlier?" he ventured. A hush fell. In the War God Mystery Realm, rare spirit plants sprout, everywhere, some so potent they could be harvested and carried back to the outside world, even rumored to beckon the attention of the Holy Tao itself. Now, at last, they wondered if their unexpected windfall had unwittingly painted a target on all their backs. These spirit medicines are prized by the prodigies of Nanling, everyone except Xiao Yiren, who had always dismissed them as trivial. But now, hearing the young genius's explanation, an idea sparked in her mind. If her hunch was correct, it could dramatically boost her efficiency in harvesting crystal cores. Of course, she needed proof. "Could you show me this spirit plant?" Xiao Yiren asked. The genius didn't hesitate. "By all means, Miss Yiren." With a flick of his wrist, he opened his storage ring and withdrew a single sprig of spirit grass. At first glance, it seemed no different from the common varieties found throughout the lower realms, verdant, lush, and unassuming. Yet its vitality was extraordinary. Ordinary spirit grass offered almost nothing to those at the Emperor or even King realm, but this specimen pulsed with life force strong enough to stir the power of a quasi-saint. No wonder the nation's top talents had fought so fiercely to claim it. Ye Cheng and Xiao Yiren approached the strange plant. Bending low, they inhaled its scent. There was a refined, almost intoxicating fragrance, but no other aura of power. "Miss Yiren, do you sense anything unusual?" Ye Cheng asked quietly, lifting the plant from his pouches and studying it from every angle. On the surface, it seemed harmless. "Relax," Xiao Yiren replied with a dismissive wave. She closed her eyes for a moment, formed a hand seal, and in an instant, she shot into the sky like a streak of starlight. Within heartbeats, she returned, cradling a writhing Saint Realm beast in her arms. With effortless strength, she set it down beside the mysterious plant. The moment the creature caught that elegant fragrance, its eyes flared with feral hunger. Shocked by Xiao Yiren's speed and strength, it nevertheless twisted and writhed, claws scraping at the earth as it lunged for the plant. When it became clear that escape was impossible, the beast hurled its massive head back and unleashed a deafening roar that shattered the stillness. The sound rippled across the valley. Roar! Almost at once, the thunder of crashing footsteps and the terrified bellows of nearby monsters echoed in response, like a tidal wave of beasts converging on the source of that primal fury. Even the slowest among the prodigies now realized the truth. Those clusters of spiritual plants had been the very bait luring the monster tide to hunt them down. Here, these beasts fixated madly on any trace of the plant. Whoever carried it would draw the full wrath of the horde. Panic swept through the group. The young genius, clutching the plant, instinctively raised his hand to toss it aside. Beside him, Xiao Yiren's calm presence offered little comfort. The approaching wave of monsters was colossal, far larger than anything they'd ever faced. Even the renowned Qingping Saint or the legendary mountain-moving demon ape would hesitate before engaging such a force, choosing flight over combat. Just as the disciples' fingers loosened around the plant, Xiao Yiren sprang into action. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Xiao Yiren snatched up the glowing spirit plant. "If you don't want it, hand it over to me," she declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Stay here and don't move," she added over her shoulder. "I'll lead these monsters away, and that'll be your reward." With that, she vaulted into the air, the spirit plant clutched tightly in one hand. A horde of snarling creatures swarmed after her as she streaked toward the horizon. The gathered prodigies stared in stunned silence. "Miss Yiren, isn't she awfully confident?" one finally breathed. "Confident or reckless?" another muttered, watching her vanish into the distance. Either way, her bold move had bought them time. Now all they could do was hope Xiao Yiren, old handle the beasts she dared to confront. Chapter 477. A thunderous roar echoed through the War God Realm's mountain passes as thousands of feral beasts bellowed in unison, shaking the very sky. Even the renowned prodigies, Xianxia, who had gathered to witness the secret realm's wonders, felt their blood run cold. Among them were masters like Ye Cheng, the Qingping Saint, and the formidable Banshan demon ape, all of whom now paled at the sight of the oncoming horde. At the heart of the chaos raced Xiao Yiren, clutching a rare spiritual plant, whose radiant aura had driven every creature in the secret realm mad with bloodlust. The beasts tore through the underbrush, their snarls and howls filling every shadowed valley. They weren't chasing people. They were after the plant she carried. The gathered Xianxia exchanged worried glances. Some trembled on the brink of retreat. "Should we fall back?" one of them whispered. All eyes turned to the group's strongest member, a young prodigy whose reputation rivaled even the elders. He studied the horizon, where Xiaoyiren had vanished into the cloud-wreathed peaks. After a tense moment, he shook his head. "No." His voice was calm but resolute. "Miss Yiren risked everything for us. We can't abandon her now." Buoyed by his courage, none of the Tianjiao dared to leave behind their companion and the promise of the treasure she carried. Together, they pressed onward toward the roar of the beast tide. Deep in the mountains, the monsters surged like a living wave. Driven to madness by the spiritual plant's overwhelming energy, they rampaged through the forest, snapping trees and scattering boulders. Yet ahead of them, Xiaoyiren ran on, every step measured, her determination as fierce as the roaring tide behind. "Steady," the young prodigy murmured to his comrades as they vaulted fallen logs and ducked under jagged branches. "We'll save her, together." Above them, the sky darkened with swirling clouds, thunder rolling in for the kill. But neither beast nor storm could daunt the Tianjiao's resolve. They raced into the heart of the mountains, ready to confront whatever horrors awaited and to claim the secret realm's ultimate reward. More than a dozen young prodigies trailing behind stared in stunned silence at the thrashing monsters. Their hearts raced, and confusion flickered across their faces. What was Xiaoyiren up to? With the tide of beasts already converging on them, wasn't that enough to draw out an attack? "It's still not enough," Xiaoyiren murmured, barely glancing back as she pressed deeper into the mountain, clutching the bundle of spiritual plants to her chest. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but quickly pieced together her plan. Xiaoyiren was leading the monsters farther in, into the very heart of the range. Only one purpose could drive such a risky gambit: to attract an even larger horde and force a single, decisive battle. Her spiritual perception outpaced all theirs. She alone felt the life force draining from the uprooted plants, the precious spiritual energy ebbing away with every passing hour. If they didn't act swiftly, within a day at most, the plants would collapse into inert roots and leaves. That was why Xiaoyiren marched straight into the beast-infested mountains. By stirring up the monsters along every twist and crag, she aimed to unleash the plant's remaining power all at once and complete their mission in one thunderous strike. "By the gods, is that a monster tide? Run now, don't hesitate. How did such a massive horde show up here?" High in the mountain passes, dozens of elite hunters froze in horror. They had been carefully selecting individual beasts to hunt when, without warning, a surge of monsters thundered down the slopes toward them. Panic seized every heart. Those with partners dragged them along. Those alone sprinted for their lives, terrified that if they faltered by a single breath, they'd be swallowed by the ravenous swarm behind them. But as they ran, a strange realization sank in. The creatures weren't chasing the hunters at all. "Why aren't they targeting us?" One breath, less youth gasped. "Look at how uniformly they're moving. What's their true objective?" Confusion rippled through the ranks of geniuses, until, out of the chaos, they saw the answer. Ahead of the monstrous tide strode Xiaoyiren, and at his side walked a lone figure in long dark robes, Ye Cheng. Every beast in the surge pressed in behind them, following their lead with uncanny obedience. The hunters skidded to a halt, hearts pounding, as they watched this unlikely alliance guide the monster tide through the mountain pass. Proof that sometimes the greatest power lies not in brute strength, but in the bond between a man and the beasts he commands. "What, so you stumbled upon some bizarre spirit plants that actually lure monsters? And Miss Yaren used those plants to draw the beasts out?" The assembled prodigies of Ye Cheng stood speechless. They were here to brave the 12th War God's mysterious realm, to undergo its deadly trials, and to contend with foes like the mountain-shifting demon ape, Xiaoyiren herself, and the famed Qingping saint. Naturally, each competitor brimmed with pride and unshakable confidence. Yet as they absorbed this latest tale, even the most seasoned cultivators felt a chill. Those who had witnessed the onslaught of monsters firsthand trembled at the memory and at the audacity of it. No matter the result, whispered one young genius to his neighbor. Her courage alone is enough to earn respect. Murmurs of awe swept through the crowd, though many still shook their heads in alarm. To some, Miss Yurin's plan seemed reckless in the extreme, danger flirting with disaster. Heated debates flared up all around. Then, in mid-argument, a faint whoosh cut through the mountain air. All chatter died as eyes turned toward the distant slopes. There, against the cragged backdrop, Xiao Yurin's figure suddenly froze, every muscle locked, every breath suspended, as if an invisible force had seized her in place. Enough is enough! Ye Cheng's eyes blazed as he faced the swarming horde of tens of thousands of monsters. With a powerful shout, he plunged into the heart of the tide. Instantly, the triple-layered divine fire ignited across his skin, forging itself into a supreme battle armor. His vast spiritual powers surged into the flames, which flared in 3 brilliant colors, both shielding him and transforming his every strike into pure devastation. As he advanced, the monsters found no purchase against him. Each creature that lunged at Ye Cheng was seared by the unbearable heat of the threefold flames, evaporating into ash on the spot. All that remained were their crystalline cores, which he collected effortlessly. Long before stepping into the Moon Realm, Ye Cheng's killing prowess had already rivaled that of a quasi-saint. He had defeated the infamous Jackdaw Master and claimed the 9 Nether Ice Flame, a victory that had dramatically bolstered his strength. Now, blessed by the triple divine fire, even a perfect quasi-saint would flinch before his onslaught, let alone these mindless monster waves. Unfazed, Ye Cheng pressed on, his 3-colored flames carving a path of annihilation through the abyssal horde. The mightiest among that rolling tide of monsters was no more than a high-grade beast at the Xuan Emperor tier. Even facing tens of thousands of such foes, Ye Cheng remained utterly unchallenged. In the space of a few heartbeats, he streaked forward like a blazing comet, carving a deep chasm through the horde and cleaving it in two. "Is that the best you've got?" he roared, refusing to draw breath. In a single, fluid motion, he surveyed the devastation left in his wake. A swath of scorched earth, smoldering remains, and scattered crystal cores glinting in the dust. A fierce excitement lit his eyes as he surged into the monster tide once more. "Hoo, hoo, hoo," he intoned, summoning his divine fire. Waves of searing flames swept over the creatures, reducing chitin and bone to ash. One by one, their crystal cores fell from their charred husks, tumbling into his ever-expanding store, Orage pouch. On the mountainside below, dozens of elite disciples, drawn by the rumble of battle, stood rooted to the spot. They had come expecting carnage, but nothing could have prepared them for this display of utter dominance. They had never imagined Ye Cheng's strength could be so overwhelming, nor that the God of War Academy's entrance exam would prove so straightforward. "How long has it been?" muttered one witness. "He's already collected 7,000 to 8,000 low-grade crystal cores, plus several thousand mid-grade ones. And with the high-grade cores he's recovered, he's almost assembled a top-grade crystal core. At this rate, he won't need 9 months. He could meet the quota and pass the exam in just 1 or 2 months." Prodigies all around him gasped, their eyes wide with shock and newfound respect. The very students who had scoffed at Ye Cheng's apparent recklessness were now utterly silent. Today, he'd beaten every expectation with sheer results, and their admiration for him soared. But just as the crowd sighed in relief, something stirred in the mountain's depth. Was it drawn by the cluster of spiritual plants Ye Cheng held, or had the thunderous tide of monsters raging through the caverns awakened a far greater threat? Roar! A thunderous cry shattered the air as a colossal beast burst from the mountain's shadow. A 1,000-foot-long, gold-striped tiger, with fangs nearly 100 feet long and claws that could rend stone, plunged into the midst of the rampaging horde. Countless onlookers, all elite cultivators known as Xianxia, watched in horror as its aura, already at the Heavenly Emperor realm, swelled even further under the support of thousands of lesser monsters. Now it surpassed the limits of the Heavenly Emperor realm altogether. Ordinary Saint Emperors were no match for this creature. That's the golden-striped war tiger, a Heavenly Emperor-class beast," someone gasped. "How could such an existence be roused here?" Another voice trembled, disbelief and fear evident on every face. Chapter 478. 1,000 Moonrealm prodigies stood arrayed across the ridge, their faces ashen as they gazed at the massive golden tiger before them. Though most among them had reached the Daozun realm, and a handful had even broken through to Xuandi, their combined power counted for nothing against this beast. Had the tiger remained at the standard Tiandi realm level, they might have held their ground. But now, infused by tens of thousands of monster tide energies, its strength had skyrocketed far beyond anything they could challenge. One veteran cultivator whispered, voice trembling, even if the moving mountain demon ape and Saint Qingping joined the fight, they'd have to unleash every secret technique and trump card they possess, and success still wouldn't be guaranteed. As murmurs of dread spread through the assembly, a deafening roar echoed from the dark slopes behind the tiger. The golden beast's growl barely had time to fade before another silhouette emerged from the trees. This time it was a centipede demon, its segmented carapace glinting ominously in the fading light, each joint seeping a haze of virulent purple poison. At its entrance, the ground quivered, and the air grew thick with the stench of venom. Ye Cheng's heart tightened. He had already been struggling against the golden tiger's onslaught. Now, with this new fiend storming into the fray, the balance of power tilted even more steeply against him. The gathered geniuses held their breath. One after another, they mentally tallied the odds. A Tiandi realm golden tiger, amplified by monster tide energy, plus a heavenly emperor-class centipede spitting poison haze, versus a lone Daozun cultivator. The outcome seemed all but decided. Yet they dared not look away, for Ye Cheng's defiance was the only chance they had to prevent this monster tide from overwhelming the Moon Realm entirely. The moment the centipede demon beast charged through the ranks of its own kind, every fallen monster's crystal core was swallowed into its body, each core amplifying its aura. By the time it fully merged with the surging demon tide, its power had eclipsed even the golden tiger demon beast that had led the charge at the outset. And it didn't stop there. Drawn by the commotion, 3 more heavenly emperor-level demon beasts deep in the mountains, then a 4th, joined the torrent. In the end, 5 such apex creatures had rallied to Xiaoyuan's side, their eyes blazing with feral hunger and ruthless intent. A tremor of panic rippled through the assembled cultivators. 5 heavenly emperor-level demon beasts, how can we possibly stand against them? Even someone of Saint Qingping's caliber, another murmured, would be forced to retreat. I doubt Miss Yiren herself could have foreseen such overwhelming reinforcements. Their voices trailed off as they pressed back, hearts pounding. None dared approach any closer. If Xiao Yiren decided to fall back, they knew these monsters, bereft of their primary target, would turn on whoever remained within reach. So they held their breath, tightened their formation, and waited for whatever came next. Everyone knew there was no question of Xiao Yiren fleeing. Facing 5 heavenly Emperor Realm beasts might be a fair fight, if they were alone. But each of those 5 titans commanded tens of thousands of lesser demons, and the surging demon tide itself would constantly interfere. Even without direct intervention, the tide's corrupting blessing amplified each beast's power to that of a Saint Emperor. Who could possibly stand against such an overwhelming force? Certainly not the younger generation of Moon Realm prodigies. As tens of thousands of eager eyes turned skyward, they watched the 5th Heavenly Emperor Realm monstrosity vanish into the roiling demon tide. A heartbeat passed, and then another. The 6th beast still hadn't appeared. A ripple of shock and disbelief swept through the gathered Tianjiao. After confirming that the towering Heavenly Emperor Realm beast before him was the last prize of the day, Ye Cheng didn't hesitate. He drew a sharp breath and plunged back into the heart of the monster tide. But this time, the 5 Heavenly Emperor Realm monsters refused to be picked off one by one. With earth-shaking roars, they charged straight at him, determined to fight instead of die. Roar! Their collective bellow shook the heavens. Under the tide's dark blessing, these apex predators were as fearsome as any Holy Emperor's wrath. In unison, they unleashed a barrage of divine light, crushing sound waves and crackling thunder. The innate treasures of each 5th-level beast flared to life. Though their natures differed, some exuding scorching flames, others crackling with electric force, they combined into a siege of raw power. Pillars of energy sprang up around Ye Cheng, hot and bright enough to blot out the sky, trapping him in a cage of shimmering might that stifled his every movement. And as the 5 titans pressed in, the countless lesser monsters in the tide roared and surged forward to join the onslaught. Encircled, outnumbered, and under assault from all sides, Ye Cheng braced himself for the fiercest battle of his life. Ye Cheng, don't hesitate any longer. Ye Cheng, activate the God of War order. You can still escape. 2 members of the Tianjiao squad, hot on his heels through the horde of demons, flung caution to the winds and shouted their warning. Though the rest stayed silent, their eyes betrayed them, regret and helpless longing. To them, the only sensible choice was to trigger the order's transmission. Yes, he'd fail the assessment and forfeit admission to the God of War Academy, but at least he'd live to fight another day. Ye Cheng gave no answer. Surrounded by the boundless tide of fiends, he stood at the epicenter of the roaring divine power wave, itself warped and amplified by the combined might of the 5 legendary demon treasures. He lifted a single palm. Spiritual power crackled through him, condensing 3 colored flames into a blinding shaft of radiance. In that instant, divine fire coalesced into a slender, razor-sharp sword beam. With a thunderous crack, Ye Cheng's blade of light cleaved the oncoming wave cleanly in 2, halting its advance and casting a brilliant glow over the battlefield. Roar! The 5 heavenly emperor-level demon beasts froze, surprise painted on their snarling faces. They instinctively recoiled, planning to let their countless lesser minions screen them from danger. But before they could put any real distance between themselves and the attackers, a soft whoosh split the air. High above the cloud line, Xianxia's slender hand darted down again and again, each motion summoning a gleaming sword light. Over a dozen shimmering blades burst from her fingertips. 5 streaked toward the mighty demon beasts. The rest swept through the mass of lesser fiends like sickles through wheat. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever those radiant blades passed, beasts were cleaved in 2 before they even had a chance to scream. Crimson blood sprayed the ground, and the crystal cores of the fallen demons were snatched up by the returning sword lights, vanishing instantly into Xianxia's storage pouch. In mere heartbeats, the once unstoppable tide of tens of thousands of monsters was utterly annihilated by Xianxia alone. Even the 5 heavenly emperor-level beasts, though initially poised to escape behind their horde, were cut down and subdued faster than any of the lesser demons. Though the monster tide was mostly made up of low-level beasts, its sheer scale, tens of thousands of creatures, and its sustained onslaught would have overwhelmed almost anyone. Yet the 5 heavenly emperor-rank monsters at its forefront didn't even survive a heartbeat. In one fluid motion, Xianxia unleashed 5 blades of radiant energy, cleaving off each monster's head, snuffing out their life forces, and capturing their crystal cores in midair. They're wiped out just like that? Someone gasped. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. Dozens of pairs of envious eyes follow Xianxia as she retrieved her spoils. The haul was nothing short of astounding. Scores of crystal cores, and the top-grade ones alone likely numbered in the double digits. There were 10,000 monsters out there, and 5 of them were heavenly emperor level, another voice murmured. And she took them down by herself? How powerful is she? She must be above Saint Emperor level, maybe even Emperor level, someone else speculated. I can't imagine any ordinary emperor standing a chance against her. As the battlefield fell silent, the final tally confirmed what everyone suspected. Xianxia's harvest from this single clash, added to her gains over the past 3 days, was simply staggering. She stood amid the carnage, perfectly composed, the undisputed victor of a fight that would be remembered for years to come. Ye Cheng's spirits soared as he examined the newly fused crystal cores in his palm. Their grade, 17, was off the charts. There must be more than one spirit plant hiding in these mountains, he murmured, excitement bright in his eyes. He glanced around the mist-shrouded peaks. I'll forage for spirit plants every time I hunt monsters. If I'm lucky, I'll harvest a fortune and wrap up this assessment in under a month. Just as hope swelled in his chest, a low, blood-chilling laugh slithered through the air behind him. Heh! Human boy, you've lured me into greed for far too long. Under the stunned gaze of the gathered prodigies, the calm void behind Ye Cheng tore open in a lightning-quick rupture. From the tear emerged a colossal black form more than 10 feet tall. It raised a gargantuan paw and thundered it down toward Ye Cheng, intent on crushing him in an instant. Everyone recognized the beast, or rather, its rider. It was the mountain-moving demonic ape, one of the Moon Realm's top geniuses, who had set his sights on Ye Cheng before the Secret Realm assessment even began. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chapter 479, The Mountain-Moving Demon Ape. Why is it showing up now? Someone gasped. Perfect timing, another replied. Ye Cheng just wiped out that demon tide and was about to rest. Now he's suddenly faced with this fearsome foe. In an instant, the demon ape tore through the void, hurtling onto the battlefield with savage force. Ye Cheng barely had time to register the attack before it struck. Only the Moon Realm prodigies, who had just witnessed Ye Cheng's triumph over the demon tide, sensed something was wrong ahead of time. But by the time they reacted, the demon ape had already landed and was bearing down on him. Ye Cheng's defenses wavered. In that moment, it looked as if he might be captured, or worse. Ha! It worked, the demon ape rumbled, amusement flashing in its eyes. To onlookers, its wild, bloodthirsty charge seemed reckless and arrogant. In truth, this show of brutality was a carefully crafted ruse. From the moment Ye Cheng had carried his precious bundle of spirit plants through the mountains, drawing monster after monster to his path, the demon ape had been lying in wait, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And now, it believed, that moment had come. The mountain-moving demon ape had already sensed that something was off and slipped into the void to wait. It intended to let Xianxia expend every last ounce of her spiritual power, subduing the monster tide, and only then would it strike. Good thing I stayed alert, it mused. If I'd let my guard down, I could have easily been outwitted. Watching Xianxia sweep through the horde with terrifying ease had stunned everyone from the Moon Realm who'd witnessed it. The demon ape had dismissed her as nothing more than easy prey, until now. If this seemingly fragile girl truly unleashed her full strength, she could well turn the tables and hunt it down. But she won't get the chance, it snarled. In a blur of movement, the ape reappeared and slammed its massive hand around Xianxia. Tendons stretched and bones cracked as it tightened its grip, determined to end her before she could recover. The mountain-moving demon ape clan's greatest gift is its physical body, each member born with a divine power capable of shifting mountains and filling seas. This particular demon ape had already broken through into the Heavenly Emperor realm, and when you combine that with the clan's hereditary mountain-moving treasure technique, its raw strength alone could pulverize any opponent of the Heavenly Emperor order without effort. You're dead meat. I'll feed on your blood. The ape thundered, its eyes blazing with anticipation. Beyond sheer might, every mountain-moving demon ape inherits a bloodline treasure. By devouring the flesh and blood of geniuses, they not only accelerate their own cultivation, but also absorb fragments of their victims' innate talent. And among every prodigy this ape had ever encountered, none had matched Ye Cheng's brilliance. The thought of feasting on such a supreme treasure set its gaze ablaze like a torch. Yet the instant its colossal fingers closed around Ye Cheng, a faint tremor ran through that massive hand, and in the next heartbeat, a roar tore through the air. Hoo 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 hoo! Under the astonished gaze of every Moon Realm prodigy, the mountain-moving demon ape let out one final shriek. Its massive hand, just moments ago crushing Xianxia, suddenly flared with tricolored divine fire. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and bone turned to ash, scattering like smoke across sky and cloud, yet Xianxia remained perfectly unharmed. Enveloped in the protective blaze, she stood poised on a drifting cloud, calm and silent, her cool scrutiny fixed on the raging beast below. That unruffled composure was all it took to unnerve the demon ape anew. "You little witch, don't think you can really go toe-to-toe with me." With a thunderous roar, the ape leapt back. Keeping its distance, it spread its remaining colossal hand wide, fingers splayed like a giant palm leaf fan, and lashed out at her once more. Boom! A crimson torrent of blow, odd and chi, exploded into the heavens, mingling with the ape's condensed spiritual power in a cataclysm akin to millions of volcanoes erupting at once. Yet through the cataclysm, the tricolored flames around Xianxia held firm. She stood untouched, a serene figure against the storm of destruction. A colossal spectral hand materialized in midair, forming a vast projection of the divine palm above Xiaoyuan. Then, with earth-shattering force, it came crashing down. Boom! Boom! Explosions rattled through the void, one after another. With each thunderous blast, a towering mountain erupted into being atop the divine palm, 7 in all. Each new peak magnified the palm's power many times over. What had already been a strike capable of felling a holy emperor now swelled into something terrifyingly greater. As that mountain-laden palm hurtled toward the ground, an oppressive pressure radiated outward. Every cultivator from the moon realm Xianxia felt their hearts tremble at the sheer weight of it. This is like facing one of our clan's emperor elders. No mortal attack, even an emperor's, could compare. It might even surpass them. Is this the pinnacle of a top genius's combat strength? In that moment, all who witnessed the falling divine palm understood they were witnessing something beyond legend. The mountain-moving demon ape is absolutely terrifying. All across the Moon Realm's pavilion, cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat, fear flickering in their eyes. Yet atop a drifting cloud, Ye Cheng stood perfectly still, his gaze as calm as still water, as the colossal divine palm bore down on him. "He isn't even trying to dodge," someone whispered in disbelief. "Look at him. He hasn't unleashed a single ounce of magical power. Where does he get such confidence?" another cried. Faces went pale around them. Even the mountain-moving demon ape's pulse quickened. After all, the mountain-moving palm was the apex technique of its treasured mountain-moving arts, the deadliest strike it possessed. In its mind, even the Moon Realm's strongest peer would have to expend every last drop of strength to withstand it. And yet here was Ye Cheng, his only defense 3 flickering divine fires, standing firm without calling on his magic, daring to meet that crushing blow head-on. He must be courting death. "You must pay with your blood for your arrogance," the mountain-moving demon ape snarled. At the brink of defeat, it summoned the last of its willpower and bit down on its own tongue. A moment later, a crimson arrow, its life essence and blood fused into one, rocketed from its mouth and struck Ye Cheng's outstretched palm. The blood splashed across the palm, and the 7 tiers of the divine mountain glyph etched into it, flooding Ye Cheng's mountain-moving divine palm with the demon ape's essence. What had already been a devastating technique, enough to overwhelm early emperor-stage cultivators, now spiked to unimaginable heights. Even mid- and late-stage emperor experts dared not face this titanic palm strike head-on. The only choice was to fall back. However, crack! Under the hushed, razor-sharp gazes of countless Moonrealm prodigies, and even the mountain-moving demon ape, Ye Cheng's lithe form struck the divine palm squarely in mid-air. The palm's illusory projection stretched nearly 1,000 feet across, dwarfing him, yet the impact was thunderous. A deafening roar of shattering rock erupted, rippling the void in every direction. Spectators felt as if their bodies would be crushed and their souls wiped clean. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe a duel between equals could unleash such cataclysmic force. Even storied Moonrealm emperors had rarely provoked phenomena on this scale, and still, who would prevail? Not one of the assembled geniuses dared to look away or exhale. Hearts racing, they all fixed their eyes on the very heart of the clash, every muscle and spirit taut with anticipation. Even the mountain-moving demon ape sat spellbound, its gaze unwavering. They barely caught their breath when a fierce whoosh rent the air. From the very heart of the explosion, the spot where the blaze had burned hottest, a brilliant 3-colored radiance flared. Out of that inferno sprang a diminutive figure, clad in what looked like living flame for armor. Though still young, she carried herself with a fearless dignity, her every movement suffused with noble grace. If that wasn't Xiaoyuan, who else could it be? She's unscathed? Completely unscathed again? The Moonrealm prodigy stared, slack-jawed. It was one thing to withstand the mountain-moving demon ape's onslaught, but to walk away without so much as a scratch, no, not even a bruise, was beyond belief. Could any ordinary genius of their generation pull off such a feat? Still reeling from shock, they hardly registered the second crackle of energy that split the air from the other side of the battlefield. There, too, something, or someone, was rising. Whoosh! Every Xianxia present from the moon realm instinctively turned toward the sound, only to have their hearts skip a beat. A shape ripped through the air, and they recognized it instantly, the mountain-moving demon ape that had been locked in fierce combat with Xiaoyiren. But instead of pressing its attack, the demon ape was doing something completely unexpected. Drawing deeply on its reserves, it ignited all the spirit energy in its dantian. At the same time, it activated the protective talismans granted by its clan's Saint Realm elders and unleashed a battery of auxiliary treasures. Each artifact pulsed with power, propelling the beast's speed to incomprehensible levels, so swift that even a perfect emperor might fail to keep up. Without a moment's hesitation, the ape spun on its heel, torqued its limbs to the maximum, and vanished downrange in a streak of raw power. Escaped? A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Has the mountain-moving demon ape actually gotten away? Someone stammered, eyes wide. They watched the spot where it had been, but it was gone. Not injured, not captured, simply vanished. Shock rippled through the spectators, a creature of its reputation, cornered in a duel with Xiaoyiren, yet it found a way to flee. And in doing so, it left behind nothing but the echo of its own audacity. Chapter 480. The mountain-moving demon ape clan stood among the most prestigious of the ancient lineages, every generation producing at least one Saint Lord-level warrior. Its heirs carried themselves with unshakable pride and a ruthless arrogance. Defeat or retreat was unthinkable, until now. The demon ape tore away from the battlefield in blind panic, leaving everything behind. "I'm going to die! I'm going to die, die, die!" he howled in his mind, his soul and spirit screaming frantic warnings that rattled him to the core. His limbs shook uncontrollably. Terror gripped him so tightly he could hardly breathe. In desperation, he had unleashed his most devastating attack, pouring every drop of life essence and blood into it. Yet his foe had emerged unscathed. That failure shattered him. His Tao heart faltered, courage drained away, and the very thought of turning back to fight again became impossible. Clawing at the air, he scrambled backward, every nerve ablaze with fear. The field that had once borne witness to his triumph now threatened only ruin, and he could not bear to face it. Before the assembled Moon Realm prodigies could even register what was happening, the mountain-moving demon ape made its decision, and acted on it with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, escaping thousands of miles before anyone could stop it. Mountain Shift Technique. 10,000 mountains hidden trace, it roared, tapping into its ancestral magic. Almost instantly, the demon ape's aura faltered and faded. Though its massive form still hovered among the clouds, it seemed to dissolve into the mountainscape below, becoming one with the rocky peaks. Even the most skilled Heaven Realm warriors and roaming monsters passed straight by, utterly unaware of its presence. With this artifice, the ape had remained concealed on the battlefield for so long, lurking and hiding, even as Xiaoyiren drove back the demon tide, preparing for its final strike. However, Xiaoyiren's voice drifted out of nowhere, cool and composed. "Did you really think I hadn't seen through your ambush?" The mountain-moving demon ape had barely allowed itself a moment's relief before those words froze it in place. It turned instinctively, preparing to bolt, but before it could move, Xiaoyiren lifted a single finger. In the next instant, 3 darting lights flared into being, divine flames born of heaven and earth. They struck the demon ape squarely between the brows, scorching its soul and shattering its consciousness in a heartbeat. All around them, the Moon Realm prodigies still scrambled for signs of their quarry. Some were sighing in frustration, convinced Xiaoyiren would never vanquish such a fearsome foe in one blow. Their whispered regrets cut off abruptly, however, when the ape's illusionary form, bereft of its master's spiritual support, crumbled like ash. In its place, the true corpse drifted down from the clouds, landing with a soft thud before the assembled geniuses. Silence fell as they stared at the fallen demon ape, the reality of its defeat finally settling over them. Xiaoyiren lowered his hand, eyes as calm and unruffled as ever, and the prodigies knew. Not only had he anticipated their enemy's every move, he had done the impossible and ended the battle before it began. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the mountain-moving demon ape plummeted like a titanic meteor, uprooting an entire foothill in its fall. "The demon ape is down?" someone whispered. "Just like that?" another breathed, unbelieving. The elite warriors of the Moon Realm exchanged incredulous looks. Even after Ye Cheng strode away from the battlefield, ring heavy with the ape's precious crystal cores, they remained rooted to the spot, staring at the impossibly slain beast, hearts still pounding from the shock. In that case, my collection of top-grade crystal cores is finally complete. 7 days later, 10 days since Ye Cheng first crossed into the God of War realm, he crushed the smoldering remains of his heavenly demon plants into ash. Before him lay the bodies of tens of thousands of defeated monsters. He held his storage ring aloft and counted every high-grade core he'd harvested. With a satisfied nod, he noted how dramatically his cache had grown since felling the mountain-moving demon ape. The mountain-moving demon ape had more than earned its fearsome reputation. In just 3 days inside the God of War realm, it had seized 7 top-grade crystal cores, nearly as many as Xianxia. Of course, its own strength paled in comparison. It secured so many cores only by ambushing and robbing them from other prodigies brave enough to enter the fray. In the end, however, all those stolen cores fell into Xianxia's hands, pushing his total well past 10. Undeterred, Xianxia pressed deeper into the mountain ranges, perfecting his tactic of using that strange cluster of spiritual plants to lure monsters and trigger artificial monster tides. A strategy that let him farm top-grade crystal cores at an astonishing pace. Xianxia this time focused all her efforts on the mountain peaks, an area famed for harboring the rare spirit growth that lures monsters. In the end, her gamble paid off spectacularly. The spirit herb she coaxed forth not only surpassed the one she'd first used, it was the War God realm's exclusive heavenly demon plant, which she had just incinerated to ashes in her previous trial. With the heavenly demon plant's power channeled, Xianxia summoned 7 successive waves of beasts over as many days. Each wave equaled, or even exceeded, the scale of her initial test summons, growing wilder and more formidable with every new surge. By the time she'd subdued that 7th wave, the stack of top-grade crystal cores in her possession had exploded past 100. "Time to leave," she murmured. For most prodigies, the War God realm was a treasure trove and a proving ground. To Xianxia, however, there was nothing left worth exploring. Satisfied that she'd gathered all the crystal cores she needed, she raised her hand, condensed her spiritual power, and vanished in an instant. From Ye Cheng's storage ring, a volley of top-grade crystal cores shot out and spun together, instantly opening a teleportation vortex before him. Without a second thought, he stepped through, and then, ding, 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 the clear chimes of the departure bells rang out across the entire War God's secret realm. Dozens of young prodigies paused in their cultivation, eyes darting upward toward the clouds as they searched for the source of the sound. "Someone's met the exit requirements already, collected 100 top-quality crystal cores, and is leaving the realm?" one voice whispered. "In just a few days? He completed the trial in under 10 days? Another murmured, astonished. As word of Ye Cheng's unprecedented achievement spread, the prodigies below could hardly believe their ears. Meanwhile, on the southern continent's Nanling range, the towering Nantian Peak soared into the sky like a divine pillar. At its summit, the 3 Saint King deacons led by Yunying, who had been stationed at Qingyun Peak, were now gathered again. Among them stood a familiar face whom Ye Cheng had met before, and they were not alone. The air around Nantian Peak crackled with anticipation. In the south ridge of the Moon Realm, Ares Academy had mobilized its full complement of personnel. Grand examination halls were being erected, and the Academy's deacons were personally meeting the region's most promising prodigies. Only the deacons charged with safeguarding the 12 secret realms were absent. Every other official had gathered here. Among them moved a handful of figures in flowing violet robes, masters whose power far surpassed the Saint King tier, having ascended into the Saint Monarch realm. These were Ares Academy's most elite instructors. At last, after years of preparation, the entrance examinations for the Moon Realm were officially underway. The Academy's operatives, long accustomed to a relentless schedule, finally had a moment to breathe. They clustered together on Nantian Peak, exchanging light-hearted chatter, all the while keeping a keen eye on the events that would unfold below. "I'm curious," one Saint King deacon remarked, his gaze drifting toward the distant exam grounds. How long before the first candidate opens the interdimensional portal this time? If history is any guide, another deacon replied with a confident smile, we'll see results within 3 months at the very latest. Maybe they'll finish in under 3 months. One St. King rank instructor declared with a self-assured grin. Another instructor shook his head. Impossible. Don't get me wrong, the preliminary examinations attracted plenty of bright talents, but by Ares Academy standards, they're merely average. Seriously? A third voice interjected. You really think they can conquer all 12 secret realms and meet our assessment objectives in less than 3 months? A ripple of incredulous murmurs swept through the assembly. To most deacons, the idea was absurd. The Ares Academy's tests, designed around 12 hidden realms, had always been grueling. Years ago, the Academy had trialed its own students under similar conditions, and none had progressed so swiftly. Although this year marked the first time Ares Academy officially opened its doors to applicants from across Beihuang Shenzhou, the descendants of the powerful houses that had sponsored the school's founding had long been enrolled. These legacy students were the true veterans of Ares Academy, rivals in talent to the world's top prodigies, and in some cases even more formidable. Even those senior students needed 3.5 months to complete this secret trial and open the portal. How could these Moon Realm prodigies possibly outdo them? Why not? The Saint Lord Mentor smiled as he met the puzzled looks in the crowd. Have you forgotten that our northern domain is just now entering its second wave of spiritual energy? He swept a hand toward the sky, where the air itself seemed to shimmer. With this surge of mana sweeping through heaven and earth, the younger generation's talents and strength will only grow. Records are meant to be broken. He paused, watching anticipation build among the students. So if you finish in under 3 months, that's a solid achievement, but a true top-tier genius, blessed by this fresh tide of spiritual power, could wrap up the trial in 2 months flat. A ripple of agreement ran through the Moon Realm prodigies. Nods and murmurs confirmed that they shared his confidence and were already eager to prove it. Saint Lord Instructor Wei stood on the summit of South Sky Peak, a proud smile tugging at his lips as he watched the massive projection screen hovering overhead. It showed the status of all 12 sealed secret realm portals, which until now were uniformly quiet. But then, almost in the same heartbeat, What's happening? One of the instructors blurted, his voice cracking with disbelief. Portal 1. It's just activated. A murmur rippled through the gathered deacons and masters of the Ares Academy. They all turned toward the screen just in time to see the sealed entrance vortex of the 12th secret realm flare back to life. Brilliant swirls of energy coalesced, and the barrier split apart. Moments later, a slender figure stepped through the gap. Head snapped around, eyes wide. Is that him? He actually passed the entrance exam? He can't have. It's only been 10 days since he entered the realm. Not even half a month. All eyes focused on the newcomer. Tall for his age, the youth's dark hair fluttered in the dissipating vortex winds. His gaze was calm, unreadable, yet in that instant, everyone knew they were witnessing an unprecedented breakthrough. That youth was Ye Cheng, and by reopening a sealed portal in record time, he had rewritten the rules of the Academy.